Well. We doing Cowboys After Dark tonight. I'm going to talk about this Cowboys draft again. We spent about 6 hours on this draft today, and then I've taken a break. And we are going to now give these draft grades. We got a pretty good show planned for tonight. We're going to see how long it'll take us to get through this tonight. But it's Saturday night. Even though I'm going to serve the Lord tomorrow, I'm old school. I'm used to staying up all night and still go and do what I have to do what I need to do. So again, for all you night owls, it is the Cowboys After Dark. And whether we get 10 or 10,000, tonight we are going to talk Dallas Cowboys. And I'm sure some of y'all might be all Dallas Cowboys out, but I'm just getting started with the way the Cowboys did this draft. Absolutely great draft. Let's give the topics for the show tonight. I'm going to do a roll call, then I'm going to come back to the topics, and then we will begin our show for tonight. But again, man, just right off the top, boy, this draft for the Dallas Cowboys. Man, I'm sorry, man. This draft for the Dallas Cowboys, the Cowboys have put the NFL on notice. No more will people be saying that the Dallas Cowboys are soft. They will not be saying that any longer. But again, let's get into these topics. Let me give you the topics for tonight. Nothing too crazy. Topics for tonight. So we're going to go and look at this Dallas Cowboy presser. I told y'all, wait till you see Jerry Jones' face on this Dallas Cowboy press conference. I haven't watched it, but I saw the thumbnail of it. And I told y'all today, I said, y'all watch how Jerry Jones is smiling after this doggone press conference. The Dallas Cowboys, I don't believe they got exactly what they wanted, per se, on day 2. And maybe even day 1. But they feel like day 3. They feel like day 3, they knocked it out of the park. And Will McClay said we do our best work on day 3. And I kind of laughed. But, man, I'm telling you, this year on day 3, it looked like they knocked it out of the park. So we're going to look at that Cowboys presser so you can see Jerry Jones, because, boy, he is gloating right now. We're going to look around a little bit for, seeing what people gave the Cowboys as far as media grades as far as the Cowboys draft. We're going to read some of the player profiles on these players the Cowboys have drafted. And then we'll give our own player grades. And then I'm going to give you my absolute favorite pick. I'll give you my favorite pick, and I'm going to actually give you my favorite picks. But I'm going to give you my favorite pick of the whole draft. The whole draft. I'm going to give you my favorite pick. So, let's get a roll call real quick. And then I'll hit that topic list again for the latecomers. And then we're going to get into that Cowboys presser. All right. Let's get it. Let's do this quick roll call. Let's do the roll call. Y'all know the music. Let's do it. The dude in the crib. Well. He said, get to enjoy my midnight coffee. Listen to the G and the boys. Yes, sir. Let's do it. The dude. He said, you should check out the new episode of Doomsday Podcast with Ed Water and Matt Mosley. I'll do that. Special guest Bill O'Brien, head coach at BC, and former Saban assistant, breaks down both Booker and Nezaraku. Woo, yeah. I got to check that out. It's called the Doomsday Podcast. Yes, sir. All right. I'll check that out. Ray, Clay, what up? How about them boys? I give them an A-, man. Hey, let me tell you. Compared to anything they've done in the past, hey, man, A-, we taking that all the way to the crib. Daniel M, what's up? He says, hey, so after looking at the draft board the Cowboys have had, it seems their goal was to build in the trenches. They did it. But now that they don't have weapons at wide receiver behind Lamb, they are stuck for now. The operative phrase is for now. The Cowboys got a plan for that, I believe. I believe they got a plan for it. My man Todd Church, what up? What up? Good to see you, man. Good to see you in here. We're going to talk Cowboys tonight. Y'all got to forgive me, man. I got a cold. or I'm getting over cold. One of the two. Daniel Lim also said picked up some injury. Yo, yeah. I forgot to put that down. Let's look at those UDFAs tonight. Man, I forgot about that. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can add that in real quick. See if I can make a quick edit. Boy, yeah, I forgot about those UDFAs. Boy, that's my favorite. That's one of my favorite parts of the draft. Are those UDFAs, my brother. All right, let's see if we can get it in there. It ain't gonna look as good as I want it. Let's see if I can. All right. Let's see if we can change that up a little bit. Yes, sir. UDFAs. Let's look at those tonight. Yes, sir. I forgot about that list. I saw it today. And I want to look at that. Okay. All right. All right, so let me make a quick adjustment. Yes, sir. We got to get them UDFAs in for sure, for sure. I saw those, and I got pretty excited when I saw them. Right, so we're going to put that right above that. All right, and then let's see. And then let me go here. Hold on a second. I'm making some adjustments right here on the fly. See if I can do it. We got to get them UDFAs in, my brother. I appreciate you. All right, let's see. Got that. Let's lock that in real quick. Yes, sir. All right, I'm still on this roll call, y'all, but I got reminded of something. Hold on a second. I want to make sure I get this on. I want to get these UDFAs in. Okay, I think I got everything set. All right. Okay. All right. It'll look a little bit different when we get to that point, but it's all good. I got that slid in there. So we're going to slide. We got that slid in. So we're going to do the UDFAs. I forgot about that. And then, of course, we're going to do my favorite picks. But again, let me continue on real quick. Appreciate the Jungle M. Mike McCain, what's up with you? We got 2 wide receivers now. I saw that Trayshawn Holden. I saw that. Josh Kelly from Texas Tech. I saw that. And you said they both fire. Okay. All right. You know what? I think they're going to challenge Jalen Tolbert and Jalen Brooks. I think the Cowboys are really trying to make Mingo the X. I think they're trying to make him the X. So we're going to see how that goes. Hungry Heifer, what's going on? The draft was excellent. Kevin Howard, what up with you? What up with you? What up with you? Kevin Howard said, I'm giving the Cowboys a beat. He said right off the top, yes, Blue and the cornerback is my favorite pick. Big D, what's going on? How about the first 4 picks should be starters at some point? Yes, for sure. For sure. Janie Scott, what's going on? Robert Dudley in the crib. Get right or get left. What's going on? Good to see you. New identity incoming. Let's go, Shotty. Yes, we double dipped at that running back for sure. Okay, you said the Landry hat. Okay, we'll look at them. Appreciate you. Boy, y'all dropping all that knowledge on me. I appreciate you. The Landry hat. We'll check them out here in just a moment. All right, let's do this. All right, we'll greet anybody else as they come in. And then these are our topics again. The Cowboys presser, the media grades, player profiles, player grades. We're going to look at the UDFAs, and I'm going to tell you my favorite picks when we get to the end. Let's get to it. All right, let's get to it.
Yes! Here we go!
Man, I told y'all. After this draft, boy, I saw Jerry Jones' face, man. I didn't even watch the interview yet. And I was rolling when I saw Jerry Jones' face because I told y'all, I said, boy, Jerry Jones, when y'all see Jerry Jones' face tonight, Jerry Jones is going to be ecstatic because Jerry Jones has got a look on his face like, I told you so. He got that look on his face like I told you so. So we're gonna look at this Dallas Cowboys presser, man. But I'm telling you, boy, Jerry Jones is ecstatic right now. All right, let's look at this thing here, man. Yeah. All right, let's see what we got here. Day 3 press conference. Man, Jerry Jones' face says it all. Let's check this out. Hold on a second. Let's get this bad boy queued up.
Looks like it's thinning out here.
Now, I want y'all to notice something. Isn't it strange how their face looks after day 3 versus day 2? Are y'all already noticing body language, the looks on everyone's face versus day 2? I believe the Cowboys got who they wanted on day 2 based on their board. After what was gone, they still went with their board, and they were kind of like, okay, we went by the board. We got some good players, and we're not gonna even trip on Donovan Ezraku and Savon Revel Jr. But look at their face today. Look at how they're looking.
It is prom weekend, so there's a lot of.
But we got Clarence back. We're down to the football guy.
Look.
Clarence out of date.
Look at the demeanor. Do we see something different?
Yeah.
Do we see something different?
Down to the late hours going home.
I believe day 3 went pretty much the way the Cowboys wanted it. I believe day 3 went pretty much the way they projected it and the way that they wanted it.
For Jerry and Steven, David Moore, Dallas Morning News. Again, you've talked about in the past and this year just being patient, staying with your board, getting players that make sense regardless of position. Having said all that, what was some of this draft with Brian and a new staff, also a little bit of recalibration on kind of both sides of the ball about things you'll be doing differently and the types of players that fit that system as well?
Excuse me, was there? I mean, I'm sitting up here going, you're exactly right. You're exactly right.
I got it.
Hadn't quite thought about it that way, but you're right. Let me make my statement. There was a recalibration.
You did
heard that word. I heard that word someplace on the thing. Well, it was really.
The dude, hold on. This is a very interesting comment you make. You said my only knock on the draft isn't so much about the players. It's Jerry and Steven needed to be more aggressive to move up in round 3 and again to slip into round 4. Now, think about what Jerry said about in round 2. He said, and I quote, Jonathan Mingo is our round 4. This is why the Cowboys, unlike last year, y'all remember they didn't have the round 4 because, man, I'm mad. His name is slipped my. I hadn't seen or heard from Trey Lance. We didn't have the 4th rounder because of Trey Lance. So the Cowboys, because they felt like Trey Lance, the Trey Lance project didn't work out for the Cowboys. So what did they do? They fought to get back in the 4th round. You think about what happened with Jonathan Mingo, though. The Cowboys feel like they won with Jonathan Mingo, the dude. They feel like they won. And because they feel like they won with Jonathan Mingo, they didn't feel the need to get back at number 4. They did not feel the need to get back at number 4. And they didn't necessarily feel the need to pick up an extra draft pick. I do understand what you're saying, because I think if they pick up an extra draft pick, they might get another run. They might have got another running back in the 2nd round, or a different running back, or they might have been able to get a wide receiver had they traded back. But I'm telling you, the dude, we've been talking about this. They're ultra confident in Jonathan Mingo. They're going to give Jonathan Mingo every opportunity to. And I don't know yet if it's going to be the number 2, but I do think they're going to give him every opportunity to either be the 2 or the 3. the 2 or the 3, because it all depends on what they may do here in the next few weeks. The Cowboys may very well bring in another wide receiver. But I do think until Jonathan Mingo shows them something maybe different, that he can't be that too, these 2 UDFAs, they're going to have an opportunity. And I think they're going to have an opportunity to challenge. I just think Jalen Brooks is done. I can't even believe Jalen Brooks is still on the team. Jalen Brooks is going to be challenged. Jalen Tolbert. Boy, Jalen Tolbert better show out this training camp. Jalen Tolbert better show out, because even Dak Prescott, I don't believe, is going to be able to save Jalen Tolbert with the competition that they're bringing on this team. I don't think Dak Prescott's going to be able to save him. But again, the dude, I think it's a very good point you make, because again, Jerry's already got himself, he's really giving himself the out on getting back in that 4th round, because he's saying, we didn't have to get back in the 4th round. We got Mingo.
Great or positive to see Schottenheimer, Coach Brian Schottenheimer. It was great to see him and the confidence that we have with Will and the scouts. And it was just great. I alluded to this the first night. But then for him to take the coaches, and I was reminded, Shotty's been in draft rooms for almost 30 years. And so he's got a lot of experience around draft boards and making draft boards and players and the logic behind that. It was really, in my mind, very positive to see that meld come together of Shotty taking these new guys, the approach to them, Will working the scouts, getting them to come up there and go to them. And then I know you expect it, but I've got to give accolades to Stephen. He I really do. He's got a great feel for what we're trying to do here. So this was a good draft. We all know the old deal. We'll wait and see how it plays. But based on what the results have been on paper here right now, the way we've got there, looking at hindsight and what have you, this is an outstanding draft. We've really helped our football team with this draft.
The only thing I'd add is that, the acclimation, the recalibration, I think all that happened, in the first 3 weeks, when we were trying to make sure we had our hands around, exactly what we're trying to get accomplished on offense and defense and the type of personnel that, that Shotty and his staff wanted. And, once you had that, down and felt good about it, then you could obviously put your board up the right way. It took maybe a little longer to get the board up because we were, massaging it really well. But once we got that board up, I would say I didn't notice a ton of difference. And, the best thing, I think we may have done it better than we have ever done it, is stick to it. And hey, there were opportunities there where we had to go away from need.
Hold on. Let's look at a couple of things that were just said. We are watching, and I said this weeks ago, I believe we're watching the transition from Jerry to Stephen. And Stephen, Jerry saying he's got to give it to Stephen because he's letting Stephen take these reins. Brian Schottenheimer, I'm telling us, Brian Schottenheimer is Stephen Jones. That's Stephen Jones' whole issue. And that's why I'm telling folks are saying that I do not believe for a second the Cowboys were done with Mike McCarthy. Even when they sat down with Mike McCarthy, they were already done with Mike McCarthy. I'm telling y'all. The Cowboys, they're weird like this. They allowed Mike McCarthy. They brought him in. They allowed Mike McCarthy to walk away rather than turning him away. They gave him an offer that he could refuse, and he refused it. Meanwhile, Stephen Jones, you know what? Brian Schottenheimer, I love the way he talks, but you're telling me that he persuaded Stephen in one. I mean, in like one meeting. Let me tell you something about these people, man. When you're talking about working in corporate offices and working in these $1 million types of businesses, I've been one of these people. I used to be a sales manager in a company and started moving up the ladder. And I'm telling you something, man. These guys, they already have these moves already in their mind. They already have moves in their mind. When they make a move, they're not making a move on a whim. The move is already being thought about. And I guarantee you, when you listen to the tea leaves, that they're saying that it was Brian Schottenheimer in that 2023 season who convinced Mike McCarthy to add some new wrinkles into his stale as toast West Coast offense and called it the quote-unquote Texas Coast. That it was Brian Schottenheimer that did that. It was Brian Schottenheimer who kind of brokered peace between Jerry and Mike McCarthy. It was Brian Schottenheimer, they're even saying, that's responsible for even him getting past the 2023 season and getting to the 2024 season. When you start hearing this stuff, come on, man. They're already thinking, man, this dude Brian Schottenheimer. I'm telling you, I guarantee you they was already thinking this. Brian Schottenheimer, he's the Stephen Jones. He's the Stephen Jones pick. And you got to think about this. If Jimmy was Jerry Jones, Brian Schottenheimer is Stephen Jones. And you think about this. The Cowboys understand something about transitions. I want you to understand, you're not looking at football guys. You are, but not as much football guys as you are looking at business guys. And let me tell you something they truly understand. How long have we all said Stephen Jones was the bad guy? How long have we all said Stephen Jones is a cheapskate? How many times has the evidence been shown that Stephen Jones, we've even heard past players say, Stephen Jones is the real guy, is the real bad guy. He's the real boogeyman. So when you think about a transition, companies all understand this. When you're going to transition, you need a win. You need a win. You need to win. There's something that you have to do that makes everybody feel like that this transition is exactly what we need. The Cowboys, I'm just telling you, I've been saying this. I've been saying this ever since I started this channel pretty much. This team, they're about to do something different. They've already done this free agency different. They did this draft different. They're doing it different. Why? Because we're watching a transition. We're not just watching Brian Schottenheimer. We're watching this dude right here. We're watching him take the reins. This is all his baby. All of this stuff, the way they're operating, this is all Steven. He is showing Jerry, Dad, I got this. I got this. This is what we're watching.
And just take the best player. And then, at some points there were opportunities where we were able to, scratch the itch and get the need. So I think it all came together well and worked out good for us.
Now, let me drop this other nugget in here too. You notice something else he said. We stayed with our board. Let me tell you something. In years past, if that doggone Shedeur Sanders would have been on that board, they would have had to fight Jerry Jones. They would have had to fight Jerry Jones not to pick Shedeur Sanders. I guarantee you. Let me tell y'all something about Jerry Jones and Deion Sanders. Jerry Jones loves Deion Sanders. Deion Sanders loves Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones in the past, if it wasn't for what they're doing now, and Shedeur Sanders would have been where he is, man, Jerry Jones on principle alone. Jerry Jones on principle alone would have got Shedeur Sanders. I believe on principle alone. This is the same man that wanted Johnny Manziel. You don't think if this was about 3-4 years ago, he wouldn't have Shedeur Sanders? Jerry would have jumped on it. Jerry would have jumped on it. Transition. This is going away from Jerry, and this is going to Steven. This is what we're watching. Angie the Rebel Chick's in the house. What's going on with you? I'm telling you. Yeah, this is that Cowboys after dark, Angie. In the past, Jerry would have did something different. And the Cowboys probably had opportunities again. You think about Brian Schottenheimer beating on the table. Don't want to go with the non-character guys. And it makes me wonder. The guy, what was his name? Walter Nolan, Ole Miss. Makes me wonder. The kid out of Marshall. It even makes me wonder. In years past, I don't believe Jerry would have been able to resist Isaiah Bond. I do not believe Jerry would have been able to resist Isaiah Bond in the past. This is a transition. They're transitioning this thing to Steven, and this is why we're seeing some of this stuff that we're seeing.
To where, we really feel like we got a good group of players here, and obviously massaged it a little bit, moved around a little bit, but overall we feel really good about it.
Clarence Hill, DLS Cowboys. I hate I missed you defining woke last night.
You would have been here, huh?
Savvy, sensitive to the surroundings and others. Okay. Webster.
We've been chasing running back for a couple of years. Certainly a lot went off the board, but you finally got one with Blue, and then you doubled down. Can you talk about Blue and what he adds to this team and how you plan to use him with the current running backs you have?
Will was hollering Blue 5 days ago, and hollering it back 6 days ago too. He liked that Blue. So, if you will, I'm going to defer to Will here and let him kind of give us an experience here.
At the end of the day, the NFL, you're looking for explosive playmakers. He's an explosive playmaker. You put him in the backfield behind what we built in the line and the other guys, it gives you an opportunity to be explosive. I know Coach Schottenheimer's got some tricks up his sleeves to use the skill set that he has in the other guys, but an explosive player that can flip the field for you on carries, can also win you some matchups in man-to-man coverage versus linebackers and even line up, so you get an explosive playmaker. It's just a different speed that he plays with.
This is what I talked about with Rico Dowdle. I beat the table for the Cowboys to start Rico Dowdle. They finally started Rico Dowdle. They started running Rico Dowdle. Rico Dowdle had a very good season. Rico Dowdle had a 1,000-yard season for the Cowboys. But the thing and I'm not saying that it made me think that he wasn't good. But it made me realize after I saw Rico Dowdle, we needed something else for what is it? I would say 3 reasons. This is what we didn't see from Rico Dowdle. Wasn't good in the red zone. Wasn't good in the red zone. Wasn't good down there near the goal line. He just wasn't good. We never saw Rico Dowdle as many times as they gave him the ball, and I think they should have gave it to him more. But where were the long runs? Where were the long runs? With Rico Dowdle, chain mover, he'll get you 5, he'll get you 7, he'll get you 12, he'll get you 10, he'll get you 12, he'll get you 10, he'll get you 7, he'll get you 5, he'll get you 3. But when you have a starting running back, he has got to be able to hit his head on the goalpost. If you don't have a running back that can't hit his head on the goalpost, I'm just going to tell you, you don't really have a running back. You don't have a starting running back. Your starting running back it is imperative, he must be able to hit his head on the goalpost. And he needs to rip off every so often, once or twice, once every 2 games at least. This man needs to rip off a 45, 55-yard run. He needs to outrun everybody. So everybody is on notice when he's on the field. We never got that with Rico Dowdle. We never got that with Rico Dowdle. And that was one of my issues with Rico Dowdle. And so that's when I was like, wait a minute, man, we got to get another running back. I mean, if Rico stays here, we can keep him. But he cannot be the 1. He has to be the 2 in the 1-2 punch. Because, he didn't have the home run hit ability. He didn't have the home run hit ability. You think about it. We got that from Zeke. early in his career. We got that from Tony Pollard early in his career. Tony Pollard, we realized this dude, Tony Pollard, could hit his head on the goalpost. And we already know Zeke could hit his head on the goalpost. We didn't get that from Rico Dowdle. And you're talking about Rico Dowdle was what, in his fourth year, I'm thinking? First fully healthy year, we needed something else. Jaden, I think his name is Jaden, right? Jaden Blue, go check the tape. Go check the tape. Jaden Blue, if he gets one step, he gone. Jaden Blue gets in your secondary, he is gone. It's over. Jaden Blue Jaden Blue on the second level is gone. That is exactly what this team needed. We have not really had it since Tony Pollard before the broke leg. Because Tony Pollard, after the broke leg, he wasn't quite right. And the Cowboys, I was like, oh, I was so upset when the Cowboys gave him that franchise tag because he just wasn't quite right yet. But Jaden Blue, he's hit on goalpost now.
Free agency is that I know it's 365, but are you comfortable with the backs you have now, the mix you have? Steve?
Well, you missed our other back we took, Mafa. Okay.
Yeah, I said you double down.
No, we do feel really good. I mean, we like the two veterans we brought in, and we thought, the two we picked today complemented each other. I mean, we got, as Will said, the explosive, really juicy back, and then we got the big back. And
Yep.
I think, he's one of those guys with blue character, if you will. I mean, he's outstanding man. On top of the fact he played through it with an injury all year, and I think there's more left there than even what he showed on tape. And what he showed on tape was really good in our opinion. And but between those four guys, and Coach Schottenheimer can obviously speak to it more in terms of where he is from being satisfied. But I'd like to think those four backs are a good start for us.
We'd have been up.
Hold on. Did you catch what he said? Did y'all catch what he said right there? Did y'all catch what he said right there? He said, those four right there. The Cowboys have created competition. Malik Davis, Miles Sanders, I think his name, and the other back, y'all been put on notice. Deuce Vaughn for sure. Deuce Vaughn, you out of here. I don't see nowhere where Deuce Vaughn fits in this new offensive scheme. Deuce Vaughn does not fit. When you're talking about violent running, Deuce Vaughn, I know he's got some association with our running back coach or one of them. No, Deuce Vaughn don't fit in this. And we're going to even see with those two veterans. Will they keep both of them? The Cowboys got exactly what they want. They got a 1-2 punch. And again, they got two running backs to do what Rico Dowdle could not do, and what Rico Dowdle and Ezekiel Elliott could not do, what Rico Dowdle, Ezekiel Elliott, and Deuce Vaughn could not do. They got two running backs that can eliminate, that can absolutely eliminate every running back they have on this team. The other running backs, those veterans, you watch what I tell you. As time goes on, they'll be depth only. They'll be depth only. When you think about red zone, goal line, 3rd and 1s, now you have this kid, Phil Mafah. Now you got Phil Mafah. Now you got a guy that says, hey, man, give it to me. Give it to me. Behind this line, give it to me. They got it. You want the running back that can hit his head on the goalpost? Jaden Blue, you got it. The Cowboys killed two birds. They killed one bird with 2 stones. One bird with 2 stones. They got exactly what they needed. This is finally, and we're going to see, finally, we're back to where we needed to be in the run game. They got the trenches. Y'all think about what Emmitt Smith was saying. What good does it do to get a run game if you don't have a line? What did the Cowboys do? They built a line. They have got competition. We're going to look at the Cowboys depth chart. When you look at these players the Cowboys have brought in, man, they got competition everywhere on that field. The Cowboys should be able to put together one of the best rosters in the NFL. Stephen Jones, I said it before, I'm going to hold him to it. He said his goal is to build the best roster in the NFL. You can't do it in one season, but we see the seeds. He getting there. These running backs, boy, these running backs are nice. These running backs are absolutely nice. And I'm going to tell you something about the NFL. I said this earlier. I want to go to some of your comments here in just a moment. But I said this about the NFL. It's strange. Shedeur Sanders said something today. Let me tell you something, man. This thing with Shedeur Sanders, boy, this thing has rubbed me the wrong way in so many ways. As a father, it has rubbed me so many different ways, man. I'm just, it upsets me. I listened to the Cleveland Browns. Today interview Shedeur Sanders. The press, I guess they had some kind of on-the-phone press conference, and you could just hear. Let me tell you something about Shedeur. As flamboyant as he is in front of the cameras, but when you sit down and talk to him, his tone to me has always been the same. He's a very humble, very respectable individual. He has a lot of faith, and he says a lot of the right things. And he said something today. He said, contrary to what people thought about him, he said that the NFL is about an opportunity. He said it didn't bother him that he was now going in the 5th round. He said, because all I ever wanted was an opportunity. Whether it's in the 1st or the 5th, all I ever wanted is an opportunity. He said, because I think about so many players who didn't get the opportunity. So what am I saying? We bedazzle ourselves. We bedazzle ourselves with mock drafts. We bedazzle ourselves with all of this research, these top 100 players and big boards and all of this stuff. We bedazzle ourselves. But do we not understand that there are players who don't make people's big boards? Players that don't be top 50? Players that don't make people's list? Not because they're bad. College is so, the landscape of college football is so huge. Everybody can't get drafted. You're only talking about what, 257 players? I guarantee you there are 1,000 players. I bet you there are close to 1,000 players that come out on a yearly basis. And some guys, man, they're probably better than some of these top 15, top 20 guys. But because of the school that they went to, people will discount them. Because of certain things, people will discount them and they'll fall through the cracks. I would have loved to have Juckins, Henderson, Hampton. I would have loved to have Genty. But with the right line, who's to say that Jordan Blue is not about to be off the chain gang for the Dallas Cowboys? And this kid, Phil Maffa, is not about to be off the chain gang for the Dallas Cowboys. Sometimes we get so enamored by the big names and the stuff that we do. We don't realize who even thought about Phil Maffa. Who even thought about him? They did. They had him on the board, obviously. Jordan Blue, Will McClay, these guys had him on the board. They had him on the board. And I'm telling you, man, when you think about this talent that's in college, a lot of times it is about an opportunity. It is. It's about an opportunity. My middle son, for example. My middle son was a late bloomer. He like 6'2" now. But in high school, in his freshman year, he hadn't hit his growth spurt yet. In his freshman year, he was playing wide receiver. And they had him at the bottom of the depth chart. And they kept trying to run this jet sweep. And it was one of their bread and butter plays. They wanted to run the jet sweep and they wanted to run the wide receiver screens. Well, they couldn't find a wide receiver who could do those two plays. And my son, he was smaller. He was smaller than some of those kids then. And they were like, hey, Jordan, Boyd, get in here. We want you to, let's see if you can run this jet sweep. Put him in a game. I think it was around the second or the third game. They put my son in the game. No one knew how fast he was. Matter of fact, he almost went to state in track in the 100 and the 200. They didn't realize how fast he was. Man, my son hit that jet sweep week after week after week. He was unstoppable. There was nobody that could stop him. But if you would have looked at him on the bench, because he was smaller then, you never would have thought he could do, oh, there's no way he could do this. All these guys are bigger than him. Sometimes guys just need an opportunity because there's just so many players sometimes. There's so many players on a team. There's so many players in college. I'm telling you, we get so caught up in these big names. But sometimes all these guys need is an opportunity, and they can become a big name too. I love these two running backs already the Cowboys got. Jaden Blue and Phil Maffa. I'm already sold. I'm sold just looking at them on tape. I'm sold. And so the Cowboys, again, they killed two birds with one stone. I absolutely love what they've done. They've done a very good job at the running back position.
We would have gone early on running back. I can tell you right now, we would have gone early on running back had there not been such numbers of players at that position. And so we got what we should have done and took with those earlier picks some players that really are going to soft. But everybody that has ever seen a draft board or what have you, all of us were concurring that there were a lot of running backs in this draft. So
Yeah.
we felt real good about being, in those pick levels where we were picking those picks.
Yeah, I think, go back to the two free agents, Javonte and Miles, like we were thrilled to get those guys. We know they've played the game, they've got traits. They've been awesome the first 2 weeks, but it's a position you always want to build competition. It's a rugged position.
Yeah, there it is.
Jaden, the thing I'll say about Phil from our standpoint is the compliment to Jaden, but, Clayton being around James Conner. I'm not comparing him to James Conner, but some of the things we can do from the gap schemes and things like that are things that we saw Phil do at Clemson, and we really like that.
Whoo, yeah, this dude Phil Maffa.
One position he didn't get was wide receiver. Is that something you guys look?
This dude Phil Maffa is going to be insane, I believe. Angie says Malik Davis. Man, Malik Davis has been on this team for a long time. This dude been on the team for a long time. The dude said, I actually wouldn't be surprised if Arch doesn't even declare after next season, depending on how it goes from UT. I could see him staying for 2 seasons. You know what? It might behoove him to stay for 2 seasons. It really might behoove him to do it. Yeah, it really might do it. To be honest, Miles doesn't fit. Miles, you're talking about for the Cowboys. I don't believe both of them are going to make it. I don't believe both of those veteran running backs are going to make it. These running backs that they have right now, they can do everything. They can do everything and more that the Cowboys' entire running back room could do. They'll keep one of them. They might keep both of them for depth. But we're going to see these rookies. These guys are going to be the bulk of this running game as they get further and further down the line because those guys are only one year rentals. What do you need them for? They'll just be depth. And then guess what you can do? You just go in the draft and get you some new ones. you just go in the draft and get you some new ones next year if you want to. Or you just keep one of them around. You just keep one of them around if you want to. But, these young guys going to take it. Robert Dudley, he talking about Sam Williams. Whoa, boy, let me tell you. Sam Williams, let me tell you something. Sam Williams, there are a couple of players on the Cowboys defense. Let me tell y'all something. They better be off the chain this year. There will be no more, okay, we drafted you here. This is your... No. Sam Williams better be off the chain this year. The competition on this team is already where it needs to be. Sam Williams better be off the chain. Lost in translation. He said Davis got to go. We talking about Malik Davis? I'm telling you. They did not sign Marquise Bell for nothing. One of those safeties I believe is going to get up out of there. Appreciate your intelligent savage. He said, just checking in, listening in the background as I call it tonight. Appreciate you. He said, salute. JS Tube, he says, in the way the O-line is taking shape, Blue will get some avenues to run through. Yes, sir. Same with Maffa. Same whoever else is here come the regular season. The run game is about to be scary. Oh, man. JS Tube 36. Yes, sir. Man, that dude Maffa is a load, man. I'm telling you. Angie. Ferguson better do his thing this year, Angie. Schoonmaker is gaining on him. I don't think Schoonmaker is the big play tight end. I don't think he's a big play tight end. But towards the end, Schoonmaker did prove he can move the chains. He can catch the ball. Ferguson better turn it on this year, or the Cowboys will be in the draft looking for a tight end. They'll keep Schoonmaker, and they'll be looking for another tight end. Yeah, he's going to turn it on too. Daniel Limb, he said, until I see the Cowboys actually pick up the phone and seeing what's out there and wide receiver help, I don't see anything happening on their offense. Oh, the running game is going to help them exponentially, Daniel Limb. And again, Jonathan Mingo. I'm just telling this, Jonathan Mingo. And people were saying, oh, Paris Campbell, he's a camp guy. No, he's not. No, Paris Campbell is not a camp guy. The Cowboys want to see what Paris Campbell is made of too. He's not just a camp guy. Paris Campbell is there for some serious competition. And if you think about the Cowboys wide receiver room, so they brought in the two UDFAs. They brought those two guys in. So we got to see what they are in camp. And then we'll see if they decide to go with somebody. I'm not going to be surprised if they don't, unless they can get somebody at a very, very cheap price. I don't think the Cowboys are going to be trying to bring in like the Cortland Suttons and stuff and things of that nature. I'll be surprised if they go that route. I think they really want to see what Mingo is. And I think Stephen Jones could be using some psychology when he says that the number 2 wide receiver is not on this team. Because I told y'all today, if I was on this team and they were saying that nonsense, oh, no, I'm about to go in this camp and tear this thing to pieces. Because that would have me highly upset, somebody saying that, and I'm on here. I'm on this team and you saying we don't have a number 2? Man, I'm Jonathan Mingo. And let me tell you this. I want you to think about Jonathan Mingo and why Jonathan Mingo might not have done what he wanted to do in Carolina. There's a difference when a team is rooting for you and when a team has said there's someone else that we like better than you. People do this stuff too. Sometimes you get on a team and people have a player. They may have players that they like. They may have players that they want to succeed or whatever the case may be. So you get caught up in that minutia. You could be a great player. You might not get your opportunity there. So you might have to move on somewhere where someone does say, we want you to be that guy. You can tell the Cowboys want him to be that guy. And with the Cowboys wanting him to be that guy and giving him that opportunity, and they're going to design plays to get the ball to him. We may see something with Jonathan Mingo that might absolutely blow our minds to make us realize we don't necessarily need the Jonathan Mingo. We don't need the X receiver. That's probably not, maybe that's not what we need. Maybe what we need to be looking at is who can take the place of Tolbert. Can Ryan Flournoy step up this season and take Tolbert's place? I mean, you got Flournoy, Jonathan Mingo. Flournoy is a kind of a big-bodied wide receiver, too. Flournoy is what, 6'2", I'm thinking? 6'2", between 210, 220, maybe somewhere around 217, 218. He's running like a 4.4 40, if I'm not mistaken. You got 2 big-bodied receivers, C.D. Lamb. And we cannot leave out Kevontae Turpin. And you think about the fact that Jaden Blue is going to be able to be a hybrid back if they want him. You also think about the 2 UDFAs. I'm just telling us, man, the Cowboys may come to the conclusion we don't need to spend the big money on a wide receiver. Our run game is going to be so potent. We still got CeeDee Lamb. And that was the point I was making before, man. You got CeeDee Lamb. You need the wide receiver too. Let's wait and see if Mingo can do it. I mean, let's just see. Can he do it? My man Chanel, what's going on? Chat, does anyone know if anyone signed Agent 007 Bond? I don't think so. I don't think anybody signed him. I hadn't heard at least. I saw some signings, but I don't think he was signed. Let's check out Jerry a little bit more.
Look at free agency and trades. You talked about substitute trades before the draft. Is that a position that you guys look at?
It definitely was a big time thought that the train has not left the station if improvement is needed from what we've got on campus. And so I'm looking at the same sheet maybe you got in front of you that I have in front of me, and it said shows our number 4 pick here, and no, it says our number 114 pick trade to Carolina for Jonathan Mingo. Well, we've obviously known there, and so my point is that Stephen says it best. It's a 24 year-round deal, but we don't have to be through at receiver in any way. And as a matter of fact, as we got on into the draft, the likelihood of creating competition, if we did go out and did something that's important to us in free agency, started making the depth we've got on the roster right now with our possible 2s and 3s that might be competitive there if we brought someone that was obvious to everybody as your second man. So I'm just giving you the benefit of the mentality there, but definitely the idea that we could, if the opportunity comes up, we want to, we can address this in free agency.
And Will, with Cornelius, how do you guys view him? Is he a tackle? Is he a guard?
He's an offensive lineman that has the ability to swing. And I think in the NFL nowadays, we really cross-train guys and to give you flexibility on the offense. And you got to have the ability to do that. We think he can go inside as well as play outside. So that gives us flexibility with the numbers and our guys and an opportunity for those guys to compete.
John Machado with The Athletic. Brian, just what was your first draft like as a head coach, and just, I don't know if there's any moments or anything else stand out that you probably look back on that you always remember from this first draft as head coach?
Yeah, I think to not start at the beginning, I mean, think about when we started this process, 4 weeks ago, I guess, and Stephen referenced this, the amount of time it took us to put this board together. I mean, it took us a lot of long hours and long, hard conversations, and the beauty of it was all that hard work came together, because I really felt like when we got into the draft process, these guys can speak to it, really we trusted the process and we trusted the board. So I think it proves that rolling up your sleeves and going to work and having the hard conversations before the weekend hits, right? When the weekend hits, right, there's emotion and there's things going on, but I thought, just the leadership of these 3 guys allowed us to stay true to the conversations that we had almost at nauseum at times setting the board, but getting it set right. That allowed us to do that. And in terms of a memory I'll take, I think there's more than just one. But to be able to sit in that room just a little bit ago before we came in here and thank everybody that was a part of this, that's what matters. It's not just the 4 of us up here that need to be congratulated on what we think is a great draft. It's everybody that's sitting behind those doors that helped us put this thing together.
And Brian would stand up on any part of the draft, at any point in the draft, he would stand up and someone might mention a player. Okay, so we hadn't been sitting there studying and looking in his computer and looking to see. And without even blinking, he knew that player and said that guy had this happen for him at school, and he's down to that. Remember, we had a little there. Just knew him as well as anybody in the room, and had obviously given that kind of effort to learn these players. So I'll tell you this right now, I don't know if he's ever had the opportunity or been in a position of where he could show that in a draft room. But as head coach, he can sure show it in this draft room, and does. So my hat's off to you, Shotty. You've really done your homework.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. You guys drafted a couple of interior defensive linemen, Will and Shotty. Just your thoughts on what you guys picked up late in the draft there.
Yeah, I think what we tried to do with Jay Toy and a King Basote, Tommy, is to get bigger, more physical, add more competition in there. The way that Fluce has come in and talked about playing defense. We're going to be running after the football. We're going to be playing aggressive, physical football, and we're going to ask guys to run and play fast. So we tried to get guys that were able to do that and bring that attitude and that physicality that we need. And these guys fit that bill. They're defensive tackles.
Yeah, and the one thing I would add is, again, when you watch the style of defense that we play and the penetrating style of our defense, it's one that these guys fit perfectly because they're both disruptive. And when they start going north and south, whether you're Jay at 335 pounds or whatever he is, or Tommy at 310, it's like they're disruptive. They're knocking people back. They're affecting not just the quarterback, they're affecting the running game because the backs don't have the chance to press the hole, and there's knockback, and backs don't like that. So thrilled at finding those guys, and think they both add a ton to an already very, very talented defensive line.
Nick Harris, 4-Star Telegram. What enticed you guys about moving up and grabbing Shamar James? And then, Brian, you got a Florida Gator.
I just think that the position and him being a player that fit the scheme and what we're trying to do, you've got to continue to add people. In this day and age, linebackers play, you have two that play predominantly most of the game because of all the nickel and stuff. So they have to be able to cover. They have to be able to pressure the quarterback. And this kid plays like he loves the game of football. And there's no turning down anything. He's running 100 miles an hour. So just adding that to the group gives us more depth with our, we have Overshown. We're waiting for him. We've added some guys. So you've got to have quality depth and competition.
Yeah, and I would say, again, I was a little disappointed because I don't think Shamar even knew I went to Florida. So I guess it's been a long time since I've been there. 96 national champs, by the way, Shamar, if you're listening. But the thing about him is he's a young player. Instincts, like Will talked about, really like his ability to rush the passer. He's got great disengagement skills with his hands. So obviously linebackers in Matt Eberflus's defense are going to be tasked with doing a lot of different things. But really just a good, strong player at different levels for us.
When you get that late in the draft with pick 247, are you still sticking to the board, or are you looking at a stack and saying, hey, that will probably be a tough guy to sign and undrafted. Let's go ahead and grab him. And how valuable is that UVA?
Stick to the board. I mean, that's why we put it up. The hours that we put in, the conversations we've had, the things that we've done to put that board up, you have to stay with it. You don't want to go reach around. And there's a discipline to it, and the discipline putting it together, and they've also instilled the discipline in following that board as we go through it. If you follow the board, you have an opportunity to pick up good players at the right value and continue to grow your team.
One of the things.
You guys are mentioning and talking about wide receiver. I can tell you up front, George Pickens will not touch this team. Pickens will not be on the Dallas Cowboys. No way, no how. He does not fit the profile. Pickens has done nothing, and it's not that he's not a good wide receiver and could be a great wide receiver, but you think about his attitude. Pickens don't have the attitude to be, at least what I can currently see right now, Pickens don't have the attitude to be on this team. There's no way Pickens is coming here. He's not coming here. And I even wonder about, I just don't think Amari Cooper would come back to the Cowboys. I mean, he could maybe look at it right now and say he would want to come back, but I'm not sure he'll want to come back either. Chanel, he said Flanoy is inconsistent. He can play the X. He can't run out the slot. Okay. Boy, JJM, boy, you said something. He said, you know what helps your wide receiver? He said, not running hitches every play. We're running north-south and throwing downfield to players in stride. Back to power football. Yes, sir. They love them hitch routes. I get exactly what you're saying. Tony Simmons, you would really have to sit down. If they wanted to bring Amari Cooper back, they would really have to sit down and have a good talk with him because the way they laid him out, man. Sleepy Joe, he said the Tyreek Hill speed. And let's not forget about our new quarterback with that humongous arm. Oh, yeah, he won't see the field, though. He will not see the field unless something happens to Dak Prescott. And we got to stop discounting the fact that Will Grier, he may not even beat out Will Grier. We were saying this same stuff about, he hadn't been here in a while. His name keeps slipping my mind. But we were saying the same stuff about Trey Lance. You know, and I laugh at people who say stuff like, you know, because even Will McClay just said earlier. Will McClay, I don't think it was earlier. Will McClay might have said yesterday that when you think about Joe Milton, big-bodied, big-arm quarterbacks don't come around along every day. I'm not sure I agree with that. We've had plenty of these big-bodied quarterbacks that with these big arms that everybody is saying, they're like, man, these guys they're Super Bowl, they're destined for the Super Bowl quarterbacks. It don't work out. It don't work out. I want you to think about a lot of the quarterbacks that have actually been successful in this league. Just think about the build. Think about the build. A lot of them aren't built like, for example, even a Jalen Hurts. And Jalen Hurts isn't even built like a Joe Milton III. I want you to think about the successful quarterbacks just over the history of time. When we think about the uber talented quarterbacks, one of my favorite quarterbacks is Michael Vick. You don't have a championship. I don't know if there's ever been a more physical specimen quarterback than Cam Newton. Won Super Bowl. That's it. And didn't win. We got to stop. When you're talking about quarterbacks, athleticism in a quarterback is great. But those quarterbacks, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Just because the Eagles won the Super Bowl with Jalen Hurts, let's stop acting like, as much as I love Jalen Hurts, can we stop fooling ourselves? And I know none of us here are fooling ourselves. Most of us are not fooling ourselves. Jalen Hurts didn't put this team on his back and win the Super Bowl. He just didn't do that. Anybody who thinks he did that, you're not being honest with yourself. The Philadelphia Eagles did what everyone is trying to emulate now. The Philadelphia Eagles snuck up on everybody, built their trenches even better than they were when they went to the first Super Bowl. And then they re-signed their players, their wide receivers, got them a tight end, drafted well, and then turned around and put the cherry on the top, Saquon Barkley. All the Joe Milton talk, I don't even understand people with that kind of talk. It doesn't make sense. Dak Prescott is the exact kind of quarterback that you win the Super Bowl with. A quarterback who has the intangibles, the things that he can do with his mind, the thing that he can do with knowing everything that's going on the field. That is exactly what you need. The Cowboys got this. What the Cowboys are doing right now, this is it. This is the perfect time. The next 3 years, this is it. This is exactly when you should be getting a Super Bowl out of Dak Prescott. Because typically with the younger quarterbacks, you're going to get if you get a Super Bowl out of them young, you think about what you do. If you get a young quarterback and you win a Super Bowl, you know what you do? You put weapons around it. You take a whole bunch of stuff off his plate, and you hope you can get enough weapons around him and some of his athleticism and some of the things that you put around him, you can win a Super Bowl. Let me tell you something. The Green Bay Packers, they're going to be a handful for teams this year in the NFC because of Matthew Golden and Savion Williams. But again, we're talking all this noise about the Philadelphia Eagles. Everybody's trying to emulate the Philadelphia Eagles. I question if the Philadelphia Eagles go to the Super Bowl if the Detroit Lions defense is not hurt. The Detroit Lions defense got decimated. I'm not talking, the Detroit Lions didn't lose one or two players on defense. It was at a point for the Detroit Lions, I believe, by the time they got to the playoffs, they had interchanged 17 different players on defense. They were literally going to Walmart asking the cart guys, could you play this Sunday? It was that bad for the Detroit Lions. The Detroit Lions were tearing through, not just the NFC. The Detroit Lions were tearing through the NFL. Yes, even with Jared Goff, they were tearing through the NFL. It wasn't until they finally got to the point. Their defense was so decimated, there was just nothing else they could do. But again, I wonder if we would even be talking like this and doing some of the things that we were doing if the Detroit Lions would have stayed healthy. Because I don't think there was a team in the NFC. When you think about what the Detroit Lions were, what Ben Johnson was, what play calling, what Glenn was, what the defense that he had, I don't think there was a team that could have done anything with the Detroit Lions even in the playoffs. And I'm talking and including the Rams and the Philadelphia Eagles. If the Detroit Lions would have stayed healthy, I don't think there would have been anything anybody could do with them. And so, again, it doesn't come down to all this stuff that we be talking about. The Cowboys are doing exactly what they should have been doing. They're finally building a doggone team. That's what they're finally doing. They're building a team. And once they finish it up, because I know exactly what Daniel M is talking about, once they finish it up and they solidify that wide receiver too, and we'll see if Mingo turns out to be it, they solidify that wide receiver too, we in the game. And again, this isn't the year. This is going to be the competitive year. They could shock us. I find it hard to believe. There was a guy on one of my videos talking about I was negative because I was saying the Cowboys were not going to the Super Bowl this year. I would love to be wrong, but there's only two coaches. At least from what my understanding is, there's only two coaches that have went to the Super Bowl in their first year of coaching a team. And both of those coaches who went to the Super Bowl in their first year of coaching the team, they both had spent extensive time with said team. And when you think about George Seifert was one of those coaches, well, do we not realize what George Seifert inherited? You don't become a first-year coach and make some of the moves the Dallas Cowboys have made, brand new coaching staff, bringing on all new personnel, and you're telling me you're going to put all that together in 1 year and you're going to win a Super Bowl? Man, if you do, let me tell you, I will love it. It will be one of the most historical, amazing things we've ever seen in the NFL. Probably not going to happen. But I do think the Cowboys are going to be very competitive, probably going to win a playoff game, may even shock us to get close to winning too. And then next year, I believe next year, that is going to be the Cowboys' year. And they're going to tear this league up. The Cowboys are going to tear this league up in 2026. What we are watching right now is the beginning, the building blocks. They're getting the trenches. They're getting this stuff built. Once you get that solidified, this is what Jimmy did. It took Jimmy right at about, what was it? I think it took Jimmy right at about 3 years. And Jimmy didn't have as much as the Cowboys already had. The Cowboys are on pace. Not this season. The Cowboys are on pace. The following season and the season after that, those will be the two greatest opportune times for the Cowboys to win the Super Bowl. They're going to do it with Dak Prescott. I believe that to be true.
It's fired me up right before we got here as we signed 5 college free agents, not signed, but agreed to. They're coming this way that were on our board, and that's huge. One of them was at the top of our board at the end of the draft. So, those things, obviously they're up there for a reason, and we think a lot of them, and, that's important. As y'all all know, we take a lot of pride in the free agency after the draft as well. We think that's the second draft, and there's a lot of good players we've gotten that weren't drafted that came here as college free agents and did really well.
I added cumulative at one time. I think it was when we'd had our 6th or 7th pick. And I looked at the consensus NFL grades on those players, and I looked at our grades on those players. And then I added up our grades on the 6 guys I was looking at. We were 40% lower average pick than the grades, the consensus or our grades. In other words, we had come in and gotten them when we had a 2 on them, and we'd gotten them at 4, or we'd gotten at X. So both ways, we had really, as a group, come in. We gotten them at a much lesser round than we had the grades on. Than that consensus grades, or that then frankly, we got them in a later round for the grades that we had on them, and we had a lower grade on them than we got them with a higher grade in that round. I still don't know if I said that. But do you help me out?
Okay. You got the gist.
Write it down so I can look at it and see if that's what I'm trying to say.
Tom Yarch, DallasCowboys.com. Brian, did one of the kind of themes looking at the guys today and really throughout this whole draft process, you guys picked a lot of team captains. Was that something that was important for you and maybe move some guys up the board in terms of that aspect of what they bring to the table and why?
Well, I don't think we kept track of who was the team captain, who wasn't. We certainly wanted guys that had leadership. I thought Jerry spoke to it, really very well last night, just talking about what the leadership skills of a Tyler Booker will bring, or a Michael Irvin when he was here. Character does matter, and it's not the only thing, but we feel like we've got some incredible football players, but they're also going to be influencers in the locker room. They're going to be guys that practice hard. They're going to be guys that play the right play style. They play to the whistle. They're going to give us what we want, which is 4 quarters and beyond. And again, that's a kudos not to really us, it's to the scouts. They're the ones in the school talking to not just one person, but 5, 6, 7 people, the equipment manager, all the different people, and saying, tell me about this player, tell me about this kid. And without their work, none of this would happen. So again, kudos to them. They're the experts here. They're the ones that really deserve all the glory for the hell of a job that this draft has been.
Well, I'd have to say this, kudos to the coaching staff, too. You got a new staff that comes in together, you're building that staff, and the process that we've started is everybody communicating. And Jerry and Steven, they push us to do that. So you got a new staff that comes in, and we're asking to know these players. Again, they're putting up playbooks, and they're trying to get to know our players, but they spent an inordinate amount of time also in this process helping to know and understand the players so that we had a great feel for who we were bringing in.
You better watch out.
Yeah, I love what you're saying there, Think or Die. The Eagles won for 2 reasons, O-line and D-line. Yes, sir. That's it. Like I said, they built their trenches. They went back and had a very good sneaky draft. Brought in a couple of, I think, of free agents too. They built a very good defensive line. The D-line was better than the O-line. The D-line was a terror. The O-line was very good. But, boy, when they put Saquon Barkley behind that thing, Jalen Hurts was doing what Jalen Hurts had already been doing. That's what a lot of people don't understand about Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts was doing what Jalen Hurts had been doing. The difference, go back and look at the amount of explosive plays that Saquon Barkley had. Saquon Barkley almost single-handedly dismantled teams for the Eagles. And I don't want to say that meaning that single-handedly, but when you think about they put him behind that offensive line, Saquon Barkley was dismantling teams behind that offensive line. He was dismantling teams because by the time Saquon Barkley would make it to the second level, it was over. It was over. And they did a very, very good job of that. They did what a lot of teams are trying to do. And everybody has to understand, everybody can't do what Philadelphia did. Everybody wants to try to be a copycat league, but it don't mean you can do what the Philadelphia Eagles did. But they took a lot off of Jalen Hurts' plate. And that's what teams started trying to do. The Baltimore Ravens, they're trying to take more off of Lamar Jackson's plate. The Buffalo Bills, they're trying to take more off of Josh Allen's plate. Even Kansas City, they're trying to take more off of Patrick Mahomes' plate. They want to spread it around because, man, the way some of these defenses are playing, man, it's hard to beat a team now with one player. It is hard to beat a team with one player, man. It requires a team with the way people are building teams this year. Darren, what's going on? The CEO Davis, he said, appreciate the super chat. You and the Think or Die. Appreciate both of you. Yeah, you know what? One of our regulars on here, he said the same thing. Jaden Blue got similar skills as Jahmyr Gibbs. Yep, he was saying something similar today. Yes, sir. Appreciate those comments.
You see a kind of a consensus, or you see an agreement
What it do, Poopy D? What it do, Poopy D?
Whoever's looked at him, coach, scouts, what have you, and they look over and say,
Tony Simmons, what up?
God knows this guy just, he just causes you to feel funny around him. He just has got some energy, or he's like that. That's real stuff. That really is real. And these guys look for it, but the reason I want that is I have really seen that work for us with the Dallas Cowboys, and those guys are around. And boy, Booker, we had in here. Now, I'm going to tell you something. That's an energy in that room right there that can be very contagious. Again, I compared it to Michael. Well, they're worlds apart in what they are with their lives and that type of thing. But one thing about Michael Irvin now, boy, if you touched him, you popped. Your clothes sparked if you touched old Michael. And I'm being overly demonstrative here, but that's worth looking for in football players, and people have that.
I feel you, Jerry.
With the AP. Brian, Jerry had mentioned earlier you've been around a long time, been in a lot of draft rooms, but first time as a head coach. What kind of idea did you have about the kind of voice and influence you wanted to have, and how did that play out?
I just, I knew going in that obviously there's some incredible minds that have been doing this a long time at a high level, but I was made to feel very comfortable that this would be
And Jerry is talking so confident. Jerry's talking so confident because he know he's done something right. He know he's done something right, and I think Angie, I'm telling you, I think Jerry is smelling success. I think Jerry is smelling. Let me tell you one thing about Jerry. Jerry, as much as we all down on Jerry has been around a Super Bowl team. He's been around Super Bowl teams. He was a part of those 90s Cowboys. Even if he's signing checks and he's still making the approvals, Jerry kind of knows what some of this stuff feels like. I'm telling y'all, they think this thing with Schottenheimer, they think it feels different. And they think it feels similar to what they were doing with Jimmy. I think they are feeling like this is similar. And I think they feel like they're about to make that same type of move, or those moves like they did with Jimmy. Now we're going to see. We're going to see how this all turns out. But I'm telling y'all, they're putting the right pieces in place. Chanel, you was asking a question about Isaiah Bond. And actually, it's one of the stories that they have going around the NFL right now. I'm sorry, one of the stories they have going around the media. And one of the stories, the talk is Isaiah Bond. Because everybody is kind of tripping on the fact that Isaiah Bond has not been picked up. And everyone's talking about it's because of the SA issue that he has going on. And they're saying that no one's probably going to touch Isaiah Bond until that is resolved. So,
organizational decision. And again, I've talked about, I think, every day we've been up here, like the disagreements that we had 2 and 3 weeks ago that we worked out and decided, okay, well, let's maybe go do a little bit more work on this guy. And, hey, let's throw the film on with the scouts and a couple of the coaches. Those things made it to where it was very, very easy. And so when we debated and had some of these conversations, I feel like we gave, Jerry and Steven the ideas and our thoughts, and they were convicted. And they were able to make the decisions ultimately. And that doesn't happen. I know I keep saying it. That doesn't happen without all the hours of work and disagreements and discussions and that happened during the draft readings that we did for 3-4 weeks.
Complimented you on, kind of being on top of player Y or Z.
Lewis Bailey, what's up, man?
Came up with kind of a quick answer. What does that mean to you to hear that from him, and how much pride do you take in that preparedness, even though it's kind of the draft side and not necessarily the X's and O's side?
Well, that's an incredible compliment. It's the way it should be. This is important. We're building a team. We're truly building a team. We're not just collecting talent. And so
there it is. There it is. This is what the Cowboys have done for years. Ever since Jimmy left, Jerry has always been able to amass talent. He has not succeeded at building a team. Finally, they have someone that's focused on building a team again. Brian Schottenheimer has got them focused on being a team. This is what they needed. This is what they needed. The Cowboys can bedazzle you with talent that they can get in the draft, which a lot of teams can. But the Cowboys seem to sometimes, if you really think about it in the grand scheme of things, the Cowboys seem to draft pretty good. But they don't do teams good. They don't do teams good. Just listen to some of this stuff they're talking about. When they keep talking about these character guys, they keep talking about these guys with the energy. You hear him keep talking about this stuff. And Jerry keeps bringing up Michael Irvin and all of these different things. I think they're telling us something about some of the players like DeMarcus Lawrence, some of the other players that have been in this locker room. I think they're saying some things about some of these guys. There's some of these guys that were in this locker room. The reality is some of these guys were downers. Some of these guys were downers. You think about what DeMarcus Lawrence told Michael Parsons, or he didn't tell Michael Parsons, I'm sorry, but he basically said that we were not going to win a Super Bowl in Dallas, or I was not going to win a Super Bowl in Dallas, and all these kind of stuff like that. So, do we actually think he was thinking that only when he went to Seattle? Do we think he only got that thought when he went to Seattle? This man was only saying something that had already been on his mind for a while. It had already been on his mind. And you just wonder sometimes when you think about negativity on a team and the way some players think. I really think the Cowboys are really saying that some of these players on this team have been very negative. And they wanted some players on this team that really wanted to be on this team, and some players who really want to be a part of something special. And this is kind of what they're looking for.
Know these guys backwards and forwards, and to be able to speak. And hey, look, my input, my decision wasn't always exactly how maybe it played out. But again, it's not about me. It's about the process and the guys that work together. And whether it's Klein, Kubiak, Mitch, Chris Vaughn, I mean, just all the guys that were involved. It made it really, really special for me, and I'll remember this first one for a long time.
I think that you are really misleading yourself if you do not realize the higher the accountability, the more at stake, the more your ass is on the line, really on the line. This is my opportunity that I've thought about, dreamed about all my life. The more that is on it, you get more attentive than you've ever been before as an offensive coordinator when your line is on the line for the Dallas Cowboys and the NFL as a head coach. I really believe that. And I think it's underestimated. It doesn't take away from professionalism. It doesn't take away from the talent that's involved in career people at all. But boy, I have seen it all my life that when it is your foot that might get stepped on, that there's just more attention. And I'm going to tell you something. I saw it. And I've been with him.
You know what, Jerry Jones? I like what you said right there. Did you hear what Jerry Jones just said? Jerry Jones said when it's your butt on the line, you're a lot more attentive. Maybe that's the reason, Jerry. You shouldn't be president and general manager. Because when is your butt ever on the line? When do you have to worry about your job, Jerry? Maybe you should just say, hey, Will McClay is the GM of the team. I'm stepping totally out of the way. Hey, and if Will McClay don't get it done, if Will McClay can't get us a Super Bowl like Howie Roseman over the next 3 or 4 years, he's out of here. I like what you're saying, Jerry, but you might ought to look in the mirror when you're saying that too. you might ought to look in the mirror when you say that.
He's been in a coordinator, has been in 2 or 3 draft rooms with him as a coordinator. I saw it this draft. There is more intensity involved, and that's just it's part of what you get when you change, if it works right.
Shot.
Saudis of The Athletic. Brian, not exactly a draft question, but as it's been mentioned that there could be more activity coming up, where do you see Cavante Turpin in the kind of player he is, the kind of weapon? How do you think that you can use him and elevate his role in different ways than what it's been in the past?
Yeah, I think he's a dynamic weapon. I think he's a dynamic player. I can't say enough about his growth in the understanding of the football scheme over the last couple of years. Actually going through these last 2 weeks with the players as we're diving back into the playbook and stuff, of course, with the veteran players we're talking about, the game change.
The dude, I absolutely agree with you. The Lawrence and the Elliott negative locker room situation last season must have been worse than realized. It had to be, man. It had to be, because the stuff they're talking about, boy, it had to be. Jerry Stevens and Shotty seem scarred enough to want to clear all that out this season. Oh, wait, the dude. Don't forget, Mike McCarthy was a part of that too. Mike McCarthy was a part of that too. Very petty man.
Changing plays that he's made for us, whether it's a big explosive play against Pittsburgh where we hit him down the middle of the field versus cover 2, a run play that he had against Carolina where we lined him up at running back, and then, of course, the one that a lot of people remember, the highest play speed of the year against Houston where we hit him on a little slant. Dynamic weapon, but again, it's Cavante doing the work to be able to move him around, and there's really nothing he can't do. We're moving him in positions that two years ago I would have been like, I don't know if that would work out. And again, that's a testament to him. But incredible talent. But it's awesome to see him maturing as a football player.
Well, obviously, Jerry mentioning about the value.
Again, hey, Angie, he don't understand, boy. He just said something, boy. Angie, he said something that he really should be applying to himself. There's no pressure on him to fail. I mean, there's no pressure on Jerry other than the fans. But, you know, it's different when you're looking at losing your job. Man. Maybe he needs to turn it over to Will McClay and say, hey, man, the dude, we know that ain't never happening because they turning it over to Steven next. Yeah, they're gonna turn it over to Steven next, and but we'll see what Steven does. You know, we'll see what Steven does. I don't think Steven wants to be like Jerry. We'll see what Steven does. But again, there's no accountability for Jerry. There's no accountability for his failure. But I love what he's saying. He said that puts failure on everyone else. I mean, I'm sorry. He said you put pressure on other people, and it builds tension. Well, you don't have no tension on yourself. Yeah, Big D. Gee, I just noticed that too. He talked about people's job on the line. But what about his though? It's easy for him to say that to others. He has no worries. Exactly. He has none. He has none. Lewis Bailey, Jerry has more to do with the Cowboys' demise over the last 30 years by being cheap, like not retaining. Ooh, yeah, Murray Cooper. We were on the edge of making it over the top. And Lewis Bailey, I also think the Cowboys should have in 2023. I think they should have tried to run that team back. Michael Parsons wanted to run that team back. I think they should have ran that team back and made a couple of tweaks to it. Bring in some linebackers. Bring in some linebackers on that team. Maybe add another defensive lineman, another defensive tackle. Offensively, bring in another running back. They could have ran that team back and tweaked it. And I think that team could have probably got that team would have had a better chance this year. Oh, South Texas, yeah, I think Deuce Vaughn out of here, man. They done already done that. They done the favor for his dad. he gonna be up out of here. I do believe he gonna be up out of here.
Value. I'm curious, of the 9 picks that you guys had, is there one that stands out to you as someone who's done this homework so much about you can't believe you got that player at that spot, the value of that player?
No, I wouldn't say anything like that to single anybody out or any decision out. I'm very happy about the process and what we went through to come up to where we put them on the board. how we stayed to our process and then where we got them at. There's a value that you place on these guys and you do the work. So if you follow the board and it comes down that way, I think you have a chance of being successful, and we did that.
Garrett.
I hadn't seen that thing. I'm about to check it out.
You end up with 5 picks along the offensive or defensive line in this class. Going into this draft, did you have an idea that it was going to turn out that way, and why do you think it did turn out that way?
I think the game's won in the trenches. I mean,
Woo! Woo! That boy Stephen Jones. He said the game is won in the trenches. When did he come to that conclusion? Because if he's thinking about the 92, 93 Cowboys, why wouldn't you have already been building the team like this? Why did it take Brian Schottenheimer to come in and do what Jason Garrett was also attempting to do? Jason Garrett was also attempting to build the trenches. The mistake that they made with Jason Garrett, I said this today, they built one side of the trenches. They never bothered building the other side. Jimmy did a great job when he was here. Jimmy built both sides of the trenches. We've never built since Jimmy left. We never had both sides of the trenches. This year, they're doing something that they have not done in a long time. They're building both sides of the trenches. Man, when I show us the Cowboys depth chart tonight, it is going to blow your mind. The Cowboys have literally went in here and built both sides of the trenches. They have not done that before. They've added players here and there on this team from time to time. You know, you got the Frederick, you got the Smith, you got the Martin, you got some time with them together, you got to Ware. But they never just fully went all the way in and built those trenches. Boy, they have done that this year. Stephen Jones, what took you so long to get here, bro? Was it Philadelphia winning the Super Bowl, bringing back memories of their copying what you did in the 90s?
that's it. Big man's game. Jerry always likes to say it should be a different sport. If you're playing there in the trenches, offensive, defensive line, it's a whole lot different kind of work than it is if you're a quarterback, running back, DB.
Different world.
Different world. And, I think that's where the games are won and lost. And, we've got a division that is, we have a lot of good teams in our division, and they're strong on their fronts, and we gotta keep up with that and have the answers. And so, I think that just to me it points to the fact that we stress that it's important to have a strong offensive line and a strong defensive line, and we'll continue with that, and we want to get it right. We had a tough year last year with some injuries, that bit us a little bit, and so you can't have enough of them. And that's why we continue and will continue to pick guys in the fronts.
And Brian, how comfortable do you
The Cowboys on their way. I'm telling y'all, the Cowboys on their way. They are on their way. What happened? Why did it take Shotty to help them get this mentality back? I think the Philadelphia Eagles went a long way towards that. This is one of the reasons why I was glad the Philadelphia Eagles won a Super Bowl. Not because I like Philadelphia. Somebody needed to wake up the Dallas Cowboys. They are fully aware and awake now. They are fully aware and awake. They're saying stuff that they should have been saying. And again, this isn't a Philadelphia thing. Joshua Fisher, I agree with you. Hit that like button for the late night content. Yes, sir. Y'all hit that like button. This is not something they should have just been doing. They didn't have to look at Philadelphia to get this blueprint. Go back and look at the 70s Cowboys. Go back and look at what you did in the 90s. O-line and D-line matters. And when you talk about the trenches, let me give a little bit more push on this. When you're talking about the trenches, man, we're talking about moving furniture up in here. We're talking about moving furniture. And we're not just talking about a defense that can get pressure on the quarterback. Let me tell you something about Philadelphia. The Philadelphia Eagles were not just a team that could get pressure on the quarterback. They could sack the quarterback. They could knock the quarterback around. They could make the quarterback commit errors. And this is one of the things that they started doing after they made that midseason push. They were menacing. And again, I was talking about this, and I'll be talking about it again this year. Quarterback pressure is great, but we have to understand something. There are quarterbacks like Patrick Mahomes. He eats pressure. He eats it. When you look at these type of quarterbacks like Josh Allen, you look at Joe Shiesty, you look at Dak Prescott, you look at Lamar Jackson. These types of quarterbacks, they eat pressure. You can't just get pressure on them. You have to get your hands on them. What is the result? I talked about this year. What is the result of the pressure? You told me you got pressure. Show me the result. How many sacks did you get? How many turnovers did you get? How many knockdowns did you get? Show me the result of the pressure. Because you think about us. We get pressure on teams. We get pressure on teams. We don't get the result of the pressure all the time is the problem. We do not get the result of the pressure. I watched us against Cincinnati. I watched us run Joe Shiesty out of the pocket. I watched us pushing him down. I watched us doing so many things. We were not getting the big plays on him. We were not getting the big plays on him. We were not getting the result of the pressure. When I look at what the Philadelphia Eagles were doing, it looked different. They were not just getting pressure. They got Patrick Mahomes on the ground multiple times. Multiple times they got him on the ground. Even when he got a ball off, he still hit the ground. The Philadelphia Eagles, pressure is great. But I'm adding something to it that people don't like to talk about. Good teams get pressure. Championship teams show us the result of the pressure. Show me the result. Show it to me. How many sacks you got? How many turnovers you got? How many points did you score on defense? Were those points on defense a result of the pressure that you knocked that quarterback upside his head and you made him throw you made him throw a ball before he wanted to throw it and you threw an interception? What happened when you got the pressure? Don't tell me you lead the league in pressures and you're 7-10. Don't tell me you're leading the league in pressures the last 8 games of the season and you're 3-5. And I don't care if you're leading the league in pressures and you're still getting the decals beat off your helmet. I care about the result of the pressure. Can you tell me what it resulted into? What did it and people don't like to talk about that part, but you have to talk about that part. We love to brag on, yeah, man, we led the league in quarterback pressures down the stretch. Nobody had more than us. Yeah, and we didn't win. And we didn't win. And it also matters when you're talking about quarterback pressures. Watch this part. People don't like to talk about this. It also matters who are the teams you're getting the quarterback pressures against. I don't want to hear about us again bragging about going into a game against the Carolina Panthers, getting 6 sacks in that game, getting multiple pressures in that game. We made the Carolina Panthers look pretty bad in that game. Well, we should have. They were terrible. But then when you go against the Philadelphia Eagles, and you got a healthy defense or a semi-healthy defense, they beat the brakes off you. And all that stuff you can do against the Carolina Panthers, why can't you do it against the Philadelphia Eagles? I don't want to hear this stuff no more. This team has got to get to the point, and I believe we're getting there. It can't just be the mediocre teams anymore. We got to start beating these good teams when it matters and when it counts. We have to start beating those kinds of teams. We have to start beating teams when we need to. Beating teams when it's going to give us a first place. Beating teams when it's going to get us to the playoffs. And when we play teams, we have to stop disappearing. We got to stop letting our star players disappear in big games. You know why our star players disappear in big games? Because we don't have the team around the star players. We're wanting the star players to step up. It's a little hard for them to step up when you don't have a team around them. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're going to have a team, finally. We're going to have a team to where the dominant players can really stand out because they got other players doing a job. We're getting there. We got these. We're getting the trenches built. We finally got us a couple of running backs that can do something. I'm not concerned about the big name. I would have loved to have Junkins or Henderson. But these guys that we got, looking at them on tape, man, I'm good. I'm more than good with what they got on this team. Now we're going to see. We got Mingo. I'm just saying, you heard Jerry mention Mingo again. But we got to continue to build this team. But again, I love what Steven is saying. Steven, you're on the right track. He said we're going to continue to build up front. There it is. Don't ever let this team get in this situation again, Steven. Y'all need to keep building this team, especially up front on both sides of the ball. Move furniture around, man. Move furniture around on teams. Don't talk about pressures against sorry teams. Don't talk about all these pressures you accumulate against bad teams. No, we want you to do it against the good teams. And we want you to start getting guys on the ground. We want to make these guys commit turnovers. We want to see the result of the pressure. We want to see what this D-line does for us. Lewis Bailey, he said, I believe they are getting it right. I do too. Because we've had a high-power offense for years. We just need the defense to catch up. Lewis Bailey, they've never done it on both sides of the ball at the same time. We are finally getting it. We're finally getting it. They're doing them both simultaneously. Something they haven't done in the past. They haven't done it in the past. Yes, sir. He said, we got the beef. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, you know what, Justin Bradley, I do believe that Deuce Vaughn got used wrong. But at the same time, if you're talking about violent running, Deuce Vaughn don't fit that. I do believe the Cowboys need to figure out if they can trade him or they may cut him altogether. Maybe someone else can use him. I'm not sure if he fits into the plans.
You feel with the wide receiver position that you do have, considering no wide receivers were selected?
Yeah, I'm comfortable. I think we talked about this last night. Like, we've got a really good group of young receivers that we're excited to see them take the next step. Again, I just talked about Terp, right, who's maybe not as young as the other guys, the Flournoys, the Jalen Brooks, JT, Mingo. We've got guys with skills, and through this new scheme that we're putting in and the new influence of Junior Adams coming in, watching the development, and even just seeing the excitement that CD has for some of these guys and the traits that they have. But at the end of the day, we're not done. And that's not just at the receiver position. We're committed to always looking for, more competition and more players at every spot. And but again, we're excited about these young guys and excited for them to take the next step.
They're not done.
Okay.
He said they're not done. We're gonna see what they do then. He said they're not done at wide receiver. They're not done. So we're gonna see what they do. Who will they bring in? Boy, the dude, you two. Boy, I wanted Henderson bad. I wish the Cowboys would have brought Henderson in. Boy, I still wouldn't mind them bringing in Henderson. Yes, sir. Parsons and Ezrayu are, oh yeah, you're talking about lacking in that true size. Yeah, I agree with you. But again, Dante Fowler is going to have something to say about some of this stuff too. No doubt about it. But again, they seem to keep saying they're not done at the wide receiver spot, so we're going to see. We're going to see. I want to see it happen. Yes, sir. And what you think, Die? He said, hit that. He said, hit that like button. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm with you. Yeah. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, this guy, Phil Maffa, boy, he's going to be a handful. Yes, sir. Mahomes was beaten and deflated during the Super Bowl, the dude. Yeah. Yeah. They got him on the ground. They sacked him multiple times. And even when he didn't get sacked, boy, they made him pay for getting out of that pocket. When he got out of that pocket, even if he got that ball off, boy, they made sure he understood it's going to be a long day, bro. Angie, I think Overshown's going to be okay. I really do. I think it's going to be okay. I think the last injury was kind of like a freak injury. I think it's going to be okay. We'll see what happens, though. But he's got the right spirit. I think he's going to be okay. Yeah, he said it doesn't just matter the teams you're getting to the quarterback, but the impact game says division rivals in the playoffs from when you got to the quarterback too. Yeah. Yeah, the Cowboys, I'm telling you, man, they got to do this against teams that, we talk about, sometimes people don't understand, man. All stats aren't the same. And what I mean by that, who are you getting these stats against? Who are you getting these stats against? That matters. That matters. Sometimes people brag on a certain stat. Well, who are you getting this against? Who are you getting against? Don't tell me you're getting it against sorry teams. What are you doing against the good teams? Because those are the teams you're going to be facing down the road in the playoffs. That's who you're going to be facing. Johnny Blue, what's going on with you, man? Good to see you. But again, I'm telling this, man, these Cowboys, they're on the way. I like what they're doing.
Kevin Sherrington, Dallas Morning News. Brian, Stephen had mentioned that there would be a kind of a compliment of what Moffitt does as to Blue. I'm wondering if you've got an idea that going into next season you would anticipate would be running back by committee?
Yeah, I don't know. It's still too early to say that. I think what we definitely did was we improved the competition in that room. Again, I would think that both Javonte and Miles will not be intimidated by these two guys. I think that Jaden and Phil will both come in, and they've got a big learning curve. But they're both the right type of guys that will pick the system up fast. And the strange thing about the running back position is you really don't find out about them until you get out to Oxnard. You can put the pads on, and running around out there in shorts is a little bit different than running through 330-pound defensive linemen sticking their arms out and linebackers filling holes and linebackers blitzing through the A-gap and things like that. But I will say this, we feel like we've, through this offseason, built a incredibly strong running back room.
Do you feel like both of those guys that y'all drafted today are capable of being a starting running back?
I would hope so. Otherwise, we wouldn't have drafted them.
Oh, yeah, because these other running backs on one-year deals, of course.
Is there a particular moment from these past 3 days that you were able to really take and remember this being your first draft as a head coach?
I think you get so caught up in the work and the process. I'm not dodging the question. I think there's so many, of those moments. There's truly not one. Again, it was an incredible process to go through with these guys who just getting to know them, and the process has been awesome. When I took the job, I promised Jerry that no one would outwork me in this role.
Georgetown, what up with you? First time seeing you. Or maybe it's not. But okay, Georgetown. Is it Jorge Town? My name is George too. But I know in Spanish the J is Jorge. So is it Jorge Town or Georgetown? And you a Cowboys fan and a Lakers fan? I feel you.
And so that's something I've really taken to heart and tried to believe in. But again, it's Will and Steven and the scouts and all those guys, and just I think the excitement, and there's not one pick. I think the excitement when you're adding a new guy to your team, and he's a hell of a football player, but he's also an incredible leader, and he's going to be an influencer, and he's a competitor, and all those things. The excitement and the pure passion on not just one person's face, the entire room. And you guys probably don't see it with the tape delay and stuff. Sometimes it's in there, but it was there was a lot of jubilation and a lot of excitement with the way the board fell to us, and that's not just through good fortune. That's through working your ass off.
I want to extend that question to you three as well, if there's any particular moment that stands out to you.
For me personally, I like Shotty said, I think it's the whole experience from Thursday to, prepping for the first round and going through the exercises and doing all the things we've done to Friday to and we were prepared for each one, and the experiences that you have and the commitment that people have to getting it right and the work that we did. And it's not just the scouts. We had the analytics department. We had, all those people joined in to make sure this process was right, and everybody was engaged in it, and everybody was realized the importance of it. So I think the whole process for me, these 3 days, it makes the rest of the year and all the pain and lack of sleep, it matters because of the work that everybody's done.
To me, you're either getting better.
Man, this dude, Will McClay, one thing I'll tell you about Will McClay, if y'all have not noticed it, boy, this dude is a very concise answer. Man, this guy gives very concise answers. He really does, man. I mean, he one of them guys that could probably explain a chapter in a book in 3 sentences. I mean, this dude is very concise, man.
Or you're getting worse. There's no flat. And one of the things that was really interesting to me is Matt Eberflus, obviously our defensive coordinator, Coach Flus, has been in a lot of draft rooms with us. And then he took his journey and went to Indy and went to Chicago and came back around, and he just said, I'm blown away by how this process has evolved. And you do it so much differently than you did when he was here 7 years ago, 8 years ago. I don't know the exact number, but I think that's part of it. And I think part of the thing that helps you evolve is you continue, and I know Will does this, but you pick the brains of people who've been in other draft rooms. We've got, we've got John Parks, who's head of analytics, came from the Indy draft room, and he was with Eberflus, and they share with you, some of the interesting things they did that maybe we could do better. And, I think that's all a part of it. You have to continue to look for ways to improve your process, or people are going to catch you and people are going to pass you up. But, hats off to, our scouting department and all of our people that are involved in it, that they don't think they got the market cornered on this. You gotta continue to look for ways to improve the process. We'll continue to do that. I think we did overall a really nice job this year, but I also think we can always look for ways to get better.
We were the first team to ever put a camera in the draft room, and agreed to do it with ESPN. ESPN assured us assured me that they would not portray or show something that would be.
Let me tell you something about Jerry Jones. This is one of the reasons why we got some knocks on Jerry Jones. There's a reason why this man is in the Hall of Fame. A lot of these innovations that we see in this league today, this crazy man that we're looking at on the screen, this man is responsible for it. Jerry Jones, I'm telling you, man, Jerry Jones has been great for this league. I think the knock on Jerry was, one, getting rid of Jimmy, but I also think him being the GM has been an issue. But, man, when you look at this dude, let me tell you something. This dude is a genius, man. Not maybe as in running his team per se, but at one time he did have it right, especially with Jimmy. And it looks like he's about to get it right again, right before he checks out. And I'm not saying he's checking out, but right before he makes his transition of this thing to Steven. This dude is very innovative.
Demeaning to a player or his family or whatever. That was the assurance. The reason why I wanted and thought it was such a great idea is because there are several parts of football that I've always thought, apart from watching the game, that were really part of the entire feeling what it's all about. And I think that's why it has become so popular, not because of the draft room alone, but because when you get in the weeds of all the different things that make this game tick and make it operate, you get in it, there is some of the greatest entertainment and drama that you could ever have happen. And guess what? It goes on year-round in the NFL. And so I've done nothing over the years but just become just almost where I have to sit back in astonishment as to what goes on in the draft and the anticipation and the hope and the strategies and people wanting to make the coaches, scouts wanting to make do the best they can do. And I just don't mind telling you, it's just one of the greatest things of my personal life to be a part of the process and sit in a draft room. I love it. I love it. And I can be anywhere I want to be. And so my point is, it is a dynamic, and it has, just as a lot of things in football do, it has a lot of the elements of life's experience in it. It has a lot of ups and downs and miscues and disappointments and people surprising you and all that kind of stuff. Just the process of going in and looking at these players' families and looking at their journey to be where they are right there, that's an amazing thing. And so this thing is a high. It is a real high. And I think that on top of the other things that you're hearing about, this thing is, boy, you could just go 24 hours a day for several days here on top of it. So it's an exciting time. It's a big part of the whole process for me as far as fans or as far as certainly the people that are lucky enough to get to work in it.
Let me tell you, man, this team, and I said it before when I first started this channel this year, I think this team was miserable with Mike McCarthy. I think they were miserable. I'm telling y'all, man, that stuff that came out about Mike McCarthy after he kind of got out of here, man, I'm telling you something about Mike McCarthy. That dude was very petty. He was a part of the reason that Amari Cooper got ran out of here, whether people want to accept it or not. He's a part of the reason why Kellen Moore left the team. Come up in here talking about he didn't mind not calling the plays and then started causing problems and wanted to call the plays. Said he wanted to run the ball, got the playbook and ran the ball the same amount of time that Kellen Moore ran the ball. Took credit for that MVP season that Dak Prescott had. Then come to find out it was actually Brian Schottenheimer who put those wrinkles in. This team was miserable under Mike McCarthy. You think about it, even Michael Parsons, he told Derrick Henry, it's good you didn't come here. This team was a mess. Really? How was this team a mess? This team was miserable under Mike McCarthy. Are we listening to how these guys are talking? It's like there's someone, it's like they're talking like someone who has gotten their mojo back. Like Stella got her groove back. It's like they got their groove back. It's like these guys all of a sudden now, they got a new found reason or something to win. Brian Schottenheimer, the thing that I can appreciate about him, Brian Schottenheimer has brought us a certain amount of peace to this team, a certain amount of optimism, a certain amount of focus to where they're all on the same page. And I'm telling you, man, they were miserable with Mike McCarthy. Miserable. This dude had this whole, the locker room, the facility. It was like it was all discombobulated. This team, front office, and championships, said this earlier, championships, contrary to what people think, championships don't start with the quarterback. Championships don't start on the field. Championships start in the front office. Check them front offices on those championship teams. You're going to see people working, doing their job, people working in unity, people on the same page, people working the same plan. This is what you're looking at. Man, these guys are rejuvenated. It's crazy. Look at Jerry. Man, I'm telling you, Jerry getting emotional up in this piece, man. Jerry getting emotional up in this thing, man. I'm telling you. Byron DeVede. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He said they're venting. Byron, they were miserable. They were miserable with that, with Mike McCarthy as the head coach on this team. They were miserable. These guys, man, you can see it in their face. You can tell in everything they're doing. They're all in agreement. They're working the plan. The draft board. They didn't have to worry about anything wild going on because they put together a great draft board. And they said, we're going by the draft board. Stick to the board, stick to the board, stick to the board. And that's why we saw, because I was saying during this thing, I said, man, these picks are coming in fast. They stuck to the board. They did. And they're rejuvenated. You can tell, man, this dude Jerry getting emotional up here. He getting emotional.
Trevon Diggs, do we know when he'll be ready?
What?
Do we have an idea when Trevon Diggs will be ready at all?
Only the Lord knows. I'm teasing you.
Stop.
We have a good idea. He's working hard.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Man, let me tell you something. What a man says in jest sometimes, he means for real. Listen, man, look at this look. Man, Jerry can tell me anything he want to. Watch this look on Jerry Jones' face when he says this. Look at this, man.
Fans, or as far as certainly the people that are lucky enough to get. I'm teasing you.
Come on, man. Watch that.
Do we have an idea when Trevon Diggs will be ready at all?
Only the Lord knows.
Come on. Boy, Jerry up in here wilding up on. Jerry is up on this stage. Boy, Jerry is wilding on this stage, man. Jerry wilding on this stage. Let me tell you something. This Trayvon Diggs injury is serious. This Trayvon Diggs injury is serious. If this Trayvon Diggs injury wasn't serious, the Cowboys wouldn't have went and got Savon Revel Jr. You went and got an ex-first-round draft pick in Ka'ir Elam. Guys, let me tell you, Ka'ir Elam is another player the Cowboys are hoping that is going to really make an impact on this team at cornerback. I really wonder if he can play the slot. But they're banking big on Ka'ir Elam and Savon Revel Jr. Do we not realize if Savon Revel Jr., Ka'ir Elam, if they turn out to be good cornerbacks, where does that leave Trayvon Diggs? It don't leave him on this team. And I've already showed everybody who's been following me, I've already showed everybody what his contract looked like. The Cowboys deserve a lot of credit for the way they did Trayvon Diggs' contract. Trayvon Diggs' contract is, man, you want to talk about a contract to where they gave him a lot of the money up front? To basically that when they got to the end of the contract, unlike some of the contracts the Cowboys typically do, they fixed it to where they are literally going to be able to walk away from Trayvon Diggs after this season and save money. They're going to literally be able to walk away from Trayvon Diggs. They can trade him or cut him. Both instances saves them $14 million, I believe, in cap space. They set themselves up perfectly with Trayvon Diggs. And it tells me something about Trayvon Diggs and that injury. And I was wondering, because people was like, yeah, Trayvon Diggs, he gave the Cowboys a very team-friendly deal. Makes me wonder why he gave him a team-friendly deal. Because it was almost like instantaneous. He signed that deal, knee popped. And he got a serious knee injury. They had to do some kind of, I don't know if it's some kind of bone graft or something. Man, it's wild, man. And this is one of the reasons why this is one of the reasons why Jerry, he joking. You know, Jerry joking. But sometimes what you say in jest, you mean for real. Man, Jerry's saying something up here. His dude Trayvon Diggs got a serious injury. I think the Cowboys are about to walk away from Trayvon Diggs.
I'm teasing you. No, we have a good idea. He's working hard. That's very important because if he will be very good and diligent as to his rehab process.
What up, Michael
then,
Smooth?
He'll get back quicker, and he will arrive when he does get back sounder than if he has not worked as hard. He's more subject to injury. He's learned that one time.
Uh-oh.
So my point is.
Woo! Y'all hear Jerry? Listen to this man. They were not happy with the way he did his last rehab, I believe. They were not happy with the way he did his last rehab. And this is exactly what Jerry is commenting on. They don't like the way he did that last rehab, guys. And they are blaming. If you read between the lines, it's like they're blaming. They're blaming him. They're blaming him for being injured or not getting right because of the way he rehabbed the last time. Just listen to Jerry. Let me go back just a little bit. Just check him out.
Rehab process, then he'll get diligent as to his be very because if he we have a good idea. He's working hard.
Okay, he's working hard.
That's very important.
That's important.
If he will be very good and diligent as to his rehab process.
Hold on a second. Can y'all help me out? Why is he saying if? Why is he saying if he works hard? Why is he saying if? He's saying if for a reason. Because they don't feel like on his last rehab. They don't feel like on his last rehab. I think they're telling us something. They don't think he worked hard at it. They don't think he did it right. This is what he's just spelling it straight out. That joke he made at the beginning, only the Lord knows. Keep on thinking he playing. Keep on thinking it.
He'll get back quicker.
He'll get back quicker.
And he will arrive when he does get back sounder than if he has not worked as hard.
Do what? This is a Jerryism. Jerry is explaining something. They don't like the way Trayvon Diggs rehabbed the last go-round.
He's more subject to injury.
Mm.
He's learned that one time. So my point is I have a lot of hope that his actual rehab and experience from the time before is really helping him out, and I think it has.
Oh, okay, Jerry, what you saying here? That you hope he's learned his lesson. Is that what you just said in a fancy way? You hope he's learned his lesson. I'm just telling us, do not be surprised, guys. This is probably going to be Trayvon Diggs' last go-around with the Cowboys. Last go-around. And if Trayvon Diggs comes back good and these other cornerbacks are doing good, I will not be surprised if the Cowboys try to trade him. Lord Nova, what's going on with you? Good to see you tonight. Robert Dudley. Jerry's a great marketer and sales. He is. He is. Very innovative. And I love what the dude said. That's one of the reasons why I don't like Roger Goodell, because Roger Goodell be taking credit for some of his ideas. I believe it. And some of the things that people attribute to Roger Goodell, no, it's Jerry Jones. It's Jerry Jones. This league didn't start growing because of Roger Goodell. This league started growing when Jerry Jones got in it. Go check the records. Jerry Jones is one of the innovators of a lot of the stuff that we're watching. A lot of the stuff that we're watching, a lot of the stuff that they're doing, a lot of the financial stuff. It's him. Man, yeah, Marvin Washington. I'm very excited about Jaden Blue. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, for sure.
Steven said mentioned something last night that Savon may start on PUP, and I don't know what. Do you have a confidence that both of those guys will be ready for the start of the season? And does Elam have any slot? Is he an outsider or insider? How do you look at him?
He's more of an outside guy.
Secrets.
Yeah.
Nisi, you asked a great question. I'm sorry, not Nisi. Angie, you asked a great question. Angie, there are people who disagree with me on this. But I came to the conclusion, because at first I was kind of like I didn't think they were going to fire Mike McCarthy. But I came to the conclusion around game 13. I think it was about game 13. The way they were overselling Mike McCarthy, Angie, they didn't want to bring Mike McCarthy back. They were not trying to keep him. You know how I know, Angie? You think about this. Do you have to try to keep somebody that you want to keep? Angie, if you want to keep somebody, do you give them an offer that they can't refuse, or do you give them an offer that they can refuse? If I want to keep somebody, I'm not coming into a meeting with all of these stipulations on. If you want to be the coach, or you're going to have to do this. I want y'all to think about this. Riddle me this. If I'm not mistaken, even Jane Slater was reporting this. One of the stipulations of Mike McCarthy being the coach here, coming back, was Jason Witten being on the coaching staff. Does anybody remember that? This was being reported by people in the Dallas media. And if I'm not mistaken, Jane Slater was one of those people that reported this too. And isn't it strange what happened when Brian Schottenheimer got hired? Not only did the Jason Witten conversation go away, but then after they talked to Jason Witten basically said he didn't know what anybody was talking about. This is what they were saying. And people said this is one of the reasons why Mike McCarthy didn't take the job. I do not believe they were trying to keep Mike McCarthy. I do not believe it. I just don't believe it. Because if they wanted to keep Mike McCarthy, they would have. What was stopping them from keeping him? What did they tell Mike McCarthy that would make him walk away? Because if you want to keep a coach, I mean, just think about it. If you want to keep a guy, do you let him walk away? If he says, you tell him, okay, if you're going to be the coach, it's going to be A, B, and C. And he said, I don't like C. So do you lose him just over C? You tell him A, B, C, and D, and E. He says, I don't want to do D. Do you not try to come to a compromise on D? They did not want Mike McCarthy back in here. If they wanted Mike McCarthy back in here, he would have been in here. He would have been in here. They were done with Mike McCarthy after they lost to the Green Bay Packers. And if you listen to what they said, Brian Schottenheimer is one of the reasons why he got the last season. This is what they alluded to. He's one of the reasons why he got even the last season. And you think about this. I mean, the Cowboys let all of these players go. Had his whole coaching staff on the last year of their contracts. You don't do that to a coach you want to keep. You do not do that to a coach you want to keep. And Mike McCarthy is different than Jason Garrett. Mike McCarthy had a Super Bowl under his belt. You don't do that to a Super Bowl winning coach. I knew they did not want to keep Mike McCarthy after that game 13, and I knew it was over. I knew it was over. I knew it was absolutely over for Mike McCarthy. I don't think they wanted to keep him. I think sometimes that you do things, I think you do things for the show. Angie says McCarthy denied their offer. Shouldn't we be grateful because had he stayed, we would still be in the Texas Toast? And again, think about this. They gave him an offer he could refuse. and they did it on purpose. They gave him an offer that he could refuse. And I want you to think about what the Cowboys were doing with Mike McCarthy. You could tell. The one thing I can tell you about Jerry and Steven when you pay attention to some of the stuff they do, the Cowboys didn't want to embarrass Mike McCarthy. You think about how much they were bragging on Mike McCarthy, losing some of those terrible games he was losing down the stretch. They kept on bragging on him. And it was around game 13. I said, nah. Nah, you don't brag that much on somebody. But do y'all remember what happened in the last game? Oh, Jerry flipped. Jerry flipped that script after that last game. That was when Jerry took the gloves off. And all of a sudden, wasn't protecting him as much as he was before. Kind of started going at Mike McCarthy. And again, what did Mike McCarthy turn down? Because one of the things that I'd heard was the Jason Witten thing. Only to hear Jason Witten say out of his own mouth he was not going to be on the Cowboys coaching staff. What did he turn down? Think about that, Angie. What did he turn down? What was the offer he turned down? The perfectly timed Bobby Belt hit piece came out. I mean, the perfectly timed Bobby Belt hit piece came out talking about Mike McCarthy. They didn't want to keep Mike McCarthy. For whatever reason, the Cowboys allowed Mike McCarthy to walk away from them to keep his reputation intact. And let me tell you everything that we all need to know about Mike McCarthy. The Cowboys didn't want to keep him. Do we not understand? Angie, think on this. The New Orleans Saints chose Kellen Moore over Mike McCarthy. Let that sink in. The New Orleans Saints chose Kellen Moore over Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy said he's going to take a year off coaching. No, he done coaching. He done coaching. Who will bring him back? He's done coaching. And I do believe this thing with Brian Schottenheimer, Angie, this thing had been in the works. When you talk about guys when you start talking about these types of guys like Jerry and Steven, and especially guys who come from that corporate world, and the dude seems to have some experience in the corporate world, kind of like I do. The dude, tell me, can you attest to this? When people want to get rid of you, they do some of this, I'm telling you, they do some of this similar stuff in the corporate world. When they want to get with you, when they want to get rid of you, they will pretend that they want to keep you. But they'll give you stipulations. And you look at those stipulations and go, you want to keep me, but these are the stipulations? No, we don't want to keep you. We want you to walk away. We want you to walk away. The Cowboys wanted Mike McCarthy to walk away. If the Cowboys didn't want Mike McCarthy to walk away, Mike McCarthy don't walk away. The Cowboys come in and sit down with Mike McCarthy and say, Mike McCarthy, it wasn't your fault last season. You were playing with a bad hand. You had all kinds of injuries. Mike McCarthy, what will it take for you to come back and coach for the Dallas Cowboys another 4 or 5 years? That is not what they asked him. Oh, another one of the issues they said, it was the amount of years. Mike McCarthy didn't want a 3-year deal. I laughed at that. So you're telling me Mike McCarthy turned down the Dallas Cowboys because they offered him a 3-year extension? Come on. Ain't no way. I will not believe this dude turned down the Dallas Cowboys for 3 years when Pete Carroll went to the doggone Las Vegas Raiders for a 3-year deal with really, it's a 2-year deal with a 3rd-year option. And you're telling me Pete Carroll is a Super Bowl winning quarterback. Mike McCarthy gets 3 additional years where he can prove that he can win a Super Bowl in those 3 years. He turned down the Dallas Cowboys for a 3-year extension. And this dude takes the Raiders for a 2-year deal with a 3rd-year option. I'm not believing it. I'm not believing none of this stuff about Mike McCarthy. If they wanted to keep that joker, they would have kept him. They didn't want to keep him. They didn't want to keep him. They gave that joker an offer he could refuse. And again, Angie, I'm glad. I am so glad they gave him an offer that he could refuse, and I'm glad he gone, because that joker, bro, that same thing he had, the problem he had in Green Bay is the same problem he had in Dallas. Didn't know how to use his players, poor clock management, poor play calling. It was the same thing. I'm glad he gone. I'm glad he gone, and I'm glad we got Brian Schottenheimer, because this franchise seems totally different. Totally different. Mike McCarthy is the type of dude to me that, because he's so petty, he seemed like the type of dude to me you have to walk around like you're walking on eggshells. And I'm not doing that for nobody. I'm the owner of the team. I'm Jerry Jones. I'm the owner of the team. I'm not doing it. Byron David. McCarthy wanted to do things his way. Now, Byron Joe David, the thing I didn't appreciate about Mike McCarthy, he knew what it was when he came in. He knew what it was when he came in. He got in and started trying to do some of the very stuff that he acted like he was cool with. Telling you, man, this dude, Mike McCarthy, is a shrewd operator. I don't think we'll see him in coaching again. I do not think we'll see that joker in coaching again. Not a motivator of men. Not a great communicator, obviously, because you can hear all the stuff they're saying about Brian Schottenheimer. Notice all the praise they keep heaping on Brian Schottenheimer. How much he's on the job, the communicator that he is, the work that he's putting in, the studying that he's putting in, his knowledge of the entire franchise. Why are you putting all this emphasis on this stuff? Communication, culture, all the stuff they were talking about was the stuff that this dude was not doing. No. Nope. That dude, Mike McCarthy, they did not want that dude around here, I'm telling you. Because, again, you know when somebody wants you around. If they want you around, you're going to be around. They love this dude right here.
Yeah, he's more of an outside guy. But he does that. Yeah, he has some flex. But, yeah, he's played mostly outside.
And to clarify the pup on Siobhan, he'll start on pup maybe at the start of training camp. We suspect he'll come off pup during training camp, not start the season, which is a difference. Once you start the season, you're there for 4 weeks. Yeah.
And Diggs could start the season in that situation.
He could, and Overshown could.
And could Siobhan.
They all could.
It's
yeah.
all.
Anytime you
doable.
start there, you can end up there.
It's all doable that they're out here, and will use good judgment.
I cannot wait. And I'm not going to say I can't wait. But this thing with Trayvon Diggs is going to get very interesting. This thing, excuse me. This thing with Trayvon Diggs is going to get very interesting. Because I'm telling you, if Kyrie Elam turns out and Savon comes in here and turns out, where does Trayvon Diggs fit in? Where does Trayvon Diggs fit in when you know you have to pay Deron Bland? You know you got Savon on a very cheap contract. You know you have Kyrie Elam on a very cheap contract. Where does Trayvon Diggs fit in? This is going to be very interesting. I believe Trayvon Diggs is on his way out the door. I believe he is on his way out the door. Lewis Bailey. Jerry showed him in so many ways by not participating in free agency last year. Boy, forgot about that. Forgot about that. Didn't participate in free agency. That was another blow to Mike McCarthy. There is no way they was bringing that joker back. There was no way. Gee, why do you think Dak vouched for Mike McCarthy coming back and doing things his way? Like that. You know what? And you think about this, Angie. Dak Prescott said that about Mike McCarthy. What did Mike McCarthy come back and say? I have been doing things my way. I've had more say-so here than I had at Green Bay. Really? Oh, wait. This was the classic statement he made. I don't even know what Dak talking about. You don't know what Dak talking about. Stop it. Dak isn't making those comments unless Dak has been talking to you. Dak isn't making those comments unless he's been seeing certain things. But he just basically threw Dak Prescott under the bus. I don't know what Dak talking about. I don't know what he's talking about. Dak Prescott, one thing about Dak Prescott is a company man. Sometimes to a fault. And I believe with Mike McCarthy, he was a company man to a fault. Because there is no way. I believe Dak Prescott thought that Mike McCarthy was a good guy. I don't think he thought he was a good coach. And the reason why I don't think he thought he was a good coach is because when you think about the complaints that Dak Prescott was saying, when Dak Prescott was saying we're not practicing good, who was he talking about? Coaches running the practice. This is one of the reasons why we're all very interested to see how is Brian Schottenheimer going to run his first. How is he going to start? What is he going to look like in his practices? How is he going to run his practices? This is what we all want to know. Dak Prescott was screaming without saying it about Mike McCarthy. But it seemed like he was also saying that the Joneses may have been stopping him from doing some things that he wanted to do. Yeah, Dak Prescott, I think, was a company man to a fault, because the thing that had me kind of tripping, Angie, is Dak Prescott went from advocating for Mike McCarthy to advocating for Brian Schottenheimer. The Cowboys immediately start talking about, yeah, we talked to, Dak and blah, blah, blah. Dak turned right around and he started advocating for Brian Schottenheimer. Yeah, the dude said the same thing. He said he's a company guy. He's not going to rile things up in the media, but simply say what needs to be said at the time. But I'm telling you, Mike McCarthy is the best thing. Getting Mike McCarthy out here was one of the best things happens to this team. It really was. Because I'm telling you, look how more relaxed this team looks. Look how much more relaxed. I mean, just look at their faces on the screen. Listen to the way they're talking. Listen to the things, the communication, the culture, the continuity. When I heard those 3 C's, that's telling me Mike McCarthy wasn't those things. You think about the stuff they're talking about in the locker room. They want leadership. They want locker room guys. They want character guys. That's telling me they're talking about DeMarcus Lawrence, Zeke, and whoever else they could be talking about. So the things they've been telling us is these are the things they didn't like about what was going on before. And again, I think Byron DeVede makes a good point. Sound like they're venting in a sense. It almost sounds like they're venting. It almost sounds like they're venting.
We're at the stage that they are of being ready to go. We don't want to go out and win the Super Bowl out there the first day of training camp.
I'm very interested, though. This thing with Trayvon Diggs, this is going to get interesting. And if I'm Trayvon Diggs, I'm looking at this in 2 different ways. I'm going to play both sides of the fence on this. The Cowboys have an opportunity to trade Trayvon Diggs if he comes back healthy. Trayvon Diggs needs to be careful and don't come back too quick, because he also needs to understand that this may be his last year with the Cowboys. There is a great possibility that with the moves the Cowboys are making at cornerback, they are not going to re-sign Trayvon Diggs. Trayvon Diggs has to play this thing the right way. Trayvon Diggs, do not try to rush back. You get yourself in the best shape of your life. Trayvon Diggs, if Trayvon Diggs is healthy, if the Cowboys cut Trayvon Diggs, if Trayvon Diggs is 100% healthy, he is not going to have to worry about it. Trayvon Diggs is going to be able to get another big contract with another team. The key for Trayvon Diggs, he got to be healthy. He mess around and come back too soon for the Cowboys, his career could pretty much be over. And the Cowboys, when it comes to the money, do not miss this opportunity. You did Trayvon Diggs' contract perfect. If these 2 guys turn out, it's the football business. There's no need in extending Trayvon Diggs. There's no need in even trying to do it. Pay Deron Bland, keep Kyer Elam, keep if Savant, and this dude Savant Revel, if he's everything they're saying he's going to be, Savant is going to be a beast. So I really am very interested to see how this Trayvon Diggs thing plays out.
How about Sam Williams?
Sam Williams is on notice.
Sam's
When
ready.
time comes.
Will you be ready for OTAs?
They'll be limited.
Yeah, but that's judgment. I mean,
But we expect him to be a go for camp.
Doing
why?
great.
Why push?
Players Association, they do these surveys, as you know, with all the teams. And for the last few years, there's been questions about strength and conditioning. Not so much, you need more guys in strength and conditioning staff. And there were questions about the Brett and those guys. How much did you reevaluate those departments this offseason?
Yeah, there's 3 areas of that area that are involved. There's number one, the area of training to prevent ever having an injury.
Yes, sir. I had some last night, but I get that soup too. I'm gonna do that tonight.
You can be good.
Or this morning before I go to
really
bed.
taking great care of it when you have an injury and addressing it and getting it repaired. And you can be outstanding at the rehab portion after you've had the injury. But you might have some complaints if you say, well, we could do better preventing the injuries and could do better there. So when I saw the same poll you saw, I had to look this up too, just so you know where we're coming from here. No, seriously, there's 3 distinct areas. And I think you'll see that the criticism was
Yeah, he was a beast,
that
Marvin.
maybe we aren't up to par in terms of preventing the injuries, which is a subject to debate there very, very much. So my answer is, to the end that we need to get better in any area around here to have people available to play, that's a no-brainer.
Yeah, you talking about the training room.
No-brainer.
It's a surprise because your guys are considered the best in the league at what they do.
It surprised us, but that's okay. We can take a little criticism and we can do. Let me say this. I'll assure you we jumped right in there and got on it strong, and because the one thing that I sure want to do out here is, if there's a way to do it, is have people available to play.
And we still think they're the best in the league. I mean, they are. It's just a matter of figuring it out, making sure there's not something we could do a little better.
You might have needed more staff on the prevention.
Jake Liv said, my dude is the youngest 51-year-old. He talking about Brian Schottenheimer. He said, you see Schottenheimer's hair. He said, my dude is the youngest 51-year-old I've ever seen, and I bet he used it just for me to be like a pimp. Hey, let me tell you, though, there's a lady that I know. She is 69. I think she turned 70. She don't have a gray hair in her head. Hair is almost, it's like a very dark, she's a very dark brunette. Her hair is a dark brunette, white lady. She don't have a gray hair in her head. Yeah, that might be Brian Schottenheimer. Might be Brian.
We go with it. They do it different ways. They do with it away from campus, or they do with it on campus. We do with it a little bit away.
I see you
Sit
to
down,
do.
Take a look at it, of course. Now, basically, I'm pretty pleased with how we. I don't want to say this just right, please. I have a high priority in being good to players. A high priority.
I agree with Jerry there. To a fault sometimes. Jerry loves his players. He does. He loves his players. For sure. Robert Dilley said, this sounds very similar to the Barry Switz and Troy Aikman practices and Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott now. Yeah.
Very high. And in a lot of different ways. A lot of different ways. There's been more of them go across the country to see their aunt's funeral than my plane, and you can ever shake a stick at. And so, no, I'm serious. I'm serious. I want to be almost as good to them as I am to you, Clarence.
Is your starting quarterback on target to be ready for OTAs to do some stuff, or is he a little? Where's he at in his progress?
Just as you would expect, we're going to be very cautious, but and conservative. But if you left it up to him, he'd be out here throwing them ready to play the Giants on Monday night. But obviously, we're going to monitor him and help manage him and make sure he makes good decisions when it comes to pushing it, because he wants to go out there and be rolling yesterday.
Todd. Sorry. Shai, how much will that help by limiting Dak a little bit, help Milton get up to speed with what you guys
It'd be great. Yeah, I think, the one thing I'd add to what Steven said is Dak and I were laughing about this the other day. He's in the 30-year-old club. And when you get to that 30-year-old club as a quarterback, you take a little bit less reps. And it was good to get that to him now. But it's just great for the development of Joe and Will Greer and those guys. But he's doing great.
Nick?
Will, how's your team celebrating tonight, you and the Scouts?
We're getting to work on the next draft, I'll put it that way. No, we're going to go up and have a good time and enjoy it and celebrate and get ready for the next one tomorrow.
Hell, we celebrated Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
All right, we're going to close out with David Moore, as appropriate.
This is for whoever wants to answer this one. You talked about the discipline and the process in this draft, and understanding the board looks a lot different when you're coming off a 7-10 season versus a 12-5 season as far as what you can do. Is it a little easier to stay disciplined and stay on the board when you're coming off a 7-10 season in general versus a 12-5 or 2 and 3 12-5s where you're saying, well, if we just have this spot or this spot, we can do something here?
Yeah, I think the disappointing year caused us to perceive or to have more holes in what we would want to go forward with for this year. I've never known when you had a disappointing season that it, and by the way, we had some things position-wise, personnel-wise, that frankly, beginning last year, I thought we had addressed at least through the next couple of years. But as anything, you've got to play the game and see where you are. And so there's no doubt we probably are doing things personnel-wise that we wouldn't have done had we been in the Super Bowl. Now, that might have caused us to have a little more pressure on losing players, too, had we been in the Super Bowl, which is the same dynamic. Success causes the players to look better. And when you're not successful, nobody looks like they want to look. But I think it does impact you. Yes, I do. And probably that's real. In other words, that probably did show that you needed to rethink where you are there, whether it be talent-wise or what you're trying to do with the talent you got.
All righty. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
We ain't walking off.
What?
We gotta go. We're not walking.
Yeah, not too shabby. Pretty good presser. You could tell that they were a lot more jovial than they were in day two. And even though I believe the Cowboys were happy with Donovan, and I believe that they were happy with Savon, I do think they might have been a little bit perturbed that they were there. Because you got to think about, you're looking at your board. You would rather stick with plan A than plan B. And I think they were a little bit perturbed that they didn't get their running back early. But they stuck to the board. They didn't get their running back early. And you think about what they're talking about as it applies to the discipline of the board. So you think about this. The Cowboys have Jaden, what is it, Jaden Blue? Yeah, they have Jaden Blue, and they have Phil Maffa. They already have them back there in the 7th and the 5th. They already have them back there. So now you got to be patient enough, or you got to hope that no one goes and take those players. Because, man, I'm still tripping on how late Damian Martinez went. I'm actually surprised the Cowboys didn't jump on Damian Martinez. But I remember Brian Schottenheimer talking about speed. Will McClay went and got him Jaden Blue. Jaden Blue, you can tell, Jaden Blue was a target for the Cowboys in that 5th round. They knew he was going to be that pick. I think Jaden Blue was definitely a part of that plan. And once they didn't get and Phil Maffa, let's think about him. Phil Maffa might have been a plan all along back there in the 7th, even if they would have got a Travion Henderson or Quinshawn Judkins. Phil Maffa might have already been a part of the plan. So, again, having you know what you have on your board, and you're hoping that board is going to turn out on that third day. And it looks like for the most part that board turned out. They did go up and get Shamar James. So there is something that they saw in Shamar James that they really like. So yeah, we're gonna see how this all turns out. We got to get to the season now. We got to get past OTAs and get to the season and see how this all turns out. But I think the practice for the Cowboys this year, I do believe that it is going to be absolutely exceptional. And when you think about, I want to look at some of the media grades, and probably won't look at but one. And the one that impressed me was Pro Football Focus. Let's pull this up. Pro Football Focus gave the Dallas Cowboys, look at this, an A+ on their draft. Wow. Pro Football Focus gave the Dallas Cowboys an A+. They did. For Booker, they said Zach Booker, they're talking about him. They said the 48th ranked prospect on the Pro Football Focus big board profiles is a bit of a reach, but a talent who feels a definite need up front in Dallas. So they liked that pick, even though they said it was somewhat of a reach. Situated at 17 on the PFF big board, Ezra Rocco profiles as a significant value for the Cowboys here. He maintains a solid grading profile, particularly against true pass sets. He clocked the most snaps of any edge rusher in the 2025 class, 196, earning a 90.7 Pro Football Focus pass rushing grade and a 25.8% pass rush win rate. So they rated him real high. And I'm telling us, man, this Savon Revel kid, and his injury is nowhere like Jaden Smith's. Jaden Smith's injury was catastrophic, and the Cowboys were really hoping against hope with Jaden Smith. Savon Revel, he doesn't have that type of injury. Revel was the number 44 player on the PFF big board, so his selection represents great value at number 76. Tall outside corner with back-to-back seasons with coverage grades above 80. 80.5 in 2023, 84 in 2024. They are saying this guy is a great pick. Jaden Blue. The Cowboys finally addressed the running back position and get a solid value with Jaden Blue. 2 seasons being stuck behind an elite running back talent at Texas. Blue got his chance to be the featured back. Blue struggled with fumbles a bit, putting the ball on the ground 4 times while losing 3 of them. However, he showcased some elusiveness, forcing 37 missed tackles on 140 rushing attempts. Shamar James, they have him. They said the Cowboys have question marks at the linebacker spot, and Shamar James brings a lot of experience to the table, logging over 1,000 career snaps in 3 seasons. His Pro Football Focus coverage grade dropped to 46.5 last season after he posted an impressive 75.2 figure in 2023. On the other hand, he set a career high with 68.4 PFF run defense grade in his final year, registering 14 run stops and forcing a fumble. So, at the 6, Johnny Cornelius, he allowed just 4 total sacks and 35 pressures, 1,466 pass and block snaps. So I think he's being looked at too as more of depth. But again, great player, a great pickup. And I think one of the big pickups of this draft was this guy, Toya, in the middle. Very difficult to move. This is their run stopper, as evidenced by his 70.0 run defense grade this past season. He still has a lot of work to do as a pass rusher. That isn't why they got him. They got this dude for first and second down. But his 22 total pressures in 2024 nearly tripled his combined total from the previous 3 years. This guy, I believe, is going to be a great pickup for the Cowboys. And then Phil Maffa from Clemson, the big power back. I was reading something on him earlier. Phil Maffa was being asked by teams to, and I think the dude might have brought this up too. Phil Maffa was being asked by teams to get into the trade portal. They wanted this dude on some of these big-time D1 teams, and he turned them down. Maffa turned them down. He provides an option in short yardage situations. He gained 3.24 yards after contact in 2024. Oh, I absolutely believe it. He was an absolute great pickup. And then at number 7, at 247, they got a defensive lineman. And I was reading this guy's name. And am I going crazy, or is this guy named Tommy Aking B. Sodi? Tommy Aking B. Sodi. I'm going to have to listen to somebody pronounce that, but I was like, okay, Tommy Aking B. Sodi, whatever that means. But they're counting him as a good pick. But overall, look at this. They gave the Cowboys an A+. They gave the Cowboys an A+. Wow, and this is based on their all of their metrics. And let's see here. Let's see where can we compare, because I noticed something that some people have been saying. The Cowboys got better, but the other teams in our division got better too. So let's see. I want to go down and let's see where. Let's see. I think they're doing this in some kind of. Okay, let's see where the Philadelphia Eagles are. I mean, if you look at Pro Football Focus, the Cowboys had one of the best drafts, if not the best draft. I mean, the Philadelphia Eagles, they said, had an A. Let's go back up and look at the New York Giants. A lot of people think the New York Giants got a lot better. The New York Giants got an A-. Washington Commanders, let's look at them. Which, if you think about it, okay, they got a B+. So, NFC East, they're saying the Cowboys had the best draft. The Cowboys, they are saying, had the best draft of every team in the NFC East. I can dig that. I can definitely dig that. I can live with that. I absolutely love it. And I do agree the Cowboys had an absolute great draft. I'm actually surprised, and I just kind of read some of the profiles on some of those guys. I am absolutely surprised that they gave the Cowboys an A+. I'm surprised, but hey, I love it. And kind of going up here looking at the Cowboys in this draft, I want to go back up here real quick and kind of go down the line on these players. Y'all tell me what you think. I'm going to kind of go down, and I'm going to kind of give you some of my grades on some of these players just based on what I know right now. Now, with Tyler Booker, I'm not torn on whether or not Tyler Booker is going to be an absolute dog. Where I'm torn on Tyler Booker is, do I see Tyler Booker as a A-, or B+? That's kind of where I am with Booker. But overall, I guess you would say that if he's going to come in and be a starter, I would probably give Booker a B. I mean, I would give Booker an A- to a B+. If I was thinking about Ezraku, the thing about Ezraku that I'm not concerned about it, but if I was looking at him, even though I think his technique is going to make him be a very potent edge rusher, he's another one of these undersized edge rushers. So just looking at him, just looking at what I'm seeing right now before we see anything on the field, we're going to be able to come back at the end of the season, and I believe we're going to be able to look at this thing again on them. But when I look at the current state of where they are, I'm wondering if even Ezraku would be rated as a B. You know, maybe he's a solid B as an edge rusher. So Booker being a B+ or an A-, Ezraku, I'm kind of torn. I'm like, is he what I would maybe call more of a is he more of what I would call maybe a B? Maybe a B to a B-. Y'all kind of tell me what you think on this. Let me see here. The dude, he's talking about Mel Kiper. He said as it was going on, I knew X would rip him apart and pull up all his draft announcers in the past. Sure enough, he had to leave. He had to leave over Manning. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that too. I remember that. Let me see. Robert Dudley said he doesn't bother with ESPN. Ron said a long way to go to catch the Eagles. I think one more season. Because got to understand, even with the Eagles, with all these contracts, somewhere you got to pay the piper. Okay, Madman X, he says that he has Booker as an A+. I'm struggling there, but if you want to give him A+, I really wouldn't debate you on it. Jigga Man, my man, what's going on? He said this draft brought in nothing but dogs, yes, sir. And that's what we needed. Get that soft mess out of here. They will not call the Cowboys soft again. They will not call the Cowboys soft again. You know, but again, when I think about Booker, I mean, you know, I think he's going to be great. I think he's going to be great. But as a Raku, I'm kind of with him a little bit undersized. So with him, I would kind of go a solid B. Again, Booker, man, whoa. You know, even Pro Football Focus said the Cowboys kind of reached on him. But if I think about an A-, I mean, I don't even consider that to be bad. But I'm going to tell you this dude at number 3. This doggone Savon Revel. This dude, Savon Revel, to me, this is a straight up A. This dude, Savon Revel, is a straight up A. For the Cowboys to get him in the 3rd round is an A. I would give him an A+ if he wasn't injured. I would literally give this dude an A+. Revel, man, Revel might be one of them dudes. Jaden Blue from Texas. Jaden Blue from Texas. I might give Jaden Blue a B-. And the reason why I'm saying a B-, putting the ball on the ground. This is just my initial grade on him. Blue is a B-. But because we need a running back, I'm pretty sure that's why they graded it so high. Shamar James, I mean, 5th round linebacker. Cowboys traded up to get him. Probably a solid B for me. When you think about a Johnny Cornelius from Oregon, we got to understand something. I don't think he's being brought in to be a starter per se yet. But we'll see how that turns out. Again, a Johnny Cornelius, y'all tell me what you think. I'm going in, let me see. Let me make sure I write these down. Make sure I write this down. Let's see. I got a solid B, got an A. Booker, I'm struggling. I don't know if I'm going to go a plus. I'm going to give Booker an A. Donovan Ezraku, I'm going to give him a B. Savon Revel, I'll give him an A. Jaden Blue, I'm going to, until further notice, I'm going to give him a B-. Shamar James, I really don't know enough about him, so I'll give him a solid B. A Johnny Cornelius, again, I'm not sure he's being brought in to be a starter. He's got some work to do. I'm going to give him a B-. This kid, Jay Toya, I am definitely giving this kid an A. I am definitely giving him an A. We got Phil Maffa. I'm giving Phil Maffa an A+. I am giving Phil Maffa an A+, and I'm going to give Tommy Aking Bosodi, I guess that's how you pronounce his name, I'm going to give him, I think I'm going to give him a B-. But all in all, if you add all of this up, this is probably still an A. This is still probably an A when you look at the average. Maybe an A-, somewhere around there. Maybe an A- to a B+. I'm going with an A- to a B+ for this draft upon just face value. Face value, that's where I am. I need to see some more. I want to see some people on the field before I can really just say, you know, what it is. But at face value, B+ or A-, this is 1,000 times better than anything the Cowboys have done over the last few years. It's way, way, way better. So, yeah, I mean, the dude, we got to admit, the Philadelphia Eagles just caught fire at the right time. And I said it before. When you're talking about these Super Bowl runs, you need a great team. You do. There's something else you need too. It's called luck. It's called luck. The entire NFC got lucky. The Detroit Lions, I'm telling us again, the Detroit Lions, before that defense got decimated, they looked totally different. I watched the Detroit Lions turn the ball over against the Houston Texans 5 times in a single game. And that defense is so good, they still beat the Houston Texans. Jared Goff betrayed them. They didn't have the defense to be able to withstand the turnovers that Jared Goff made in that playoff game. But if they would have had their full power defense, I believe Detroit is different. I believe Detroit is different. And I don't know if they were the shoe-in to win the NFC and go to the Super Bowl. They do. Okay, Marvin Washington, he said he thinks that Booker is Nate Newton 2.0. Boy, them some big shoes right there. Those some big shoes. Yeah, we're gonna look at the UDFA in a minute. Let's look at them too. Let's count them in. Marcus, hopefully minus the dope, minus the dope man. I feel you. But overall, the grade for the Cowboys, again, I say in this draft, I would say it's a B plus to an A minus. It was a great draft for the Cowboys. It was absolutely great. I could clearly see why Pro Football Focus is giving them an A plus. This was an absolute great draft for the Cowboys. I really do believe that it was a great draft. They got some stuff to improve upon. Let's pull up these UDFA guys too. Yeah, again, when you look at Sports Illustrated or SI.com, they gave him the same grade I gave him, B plus to an A minus. They gave him a B plus because that's kind of where I think it is. I think this is a B plus to an A minus draft because there are a couple of pieces in there that those are not more than likely starters. They are people that are going to need some work. But again, a B plus for the Cowboys in the draft with 10 picks. Man, the Cowboys may hit on about 75 to 80% of this. They might just hit on all of it. It says on SportsIllustrated.com, Dallas found a different way to help Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb without adding to a thin group of skilled players early in the draft. The Cowboys opted to do what they do best, drafting an offensive lineman in the first round. Booker is set to replace retired Zach Martin, one of the best draft picks ever for the Jones family. Dallas could again have one of the best offensive lines in the league with Booker joining fellow first-round selections Tyler Guyton, Tyler Smith. Let's not forget Cooper Beebe is not a first-round draft pick, but Cooper Beebe is a monster too. The Cowboys have also had success drafting cornerbacks. Savon Revel, perhaps a good sign for Revel, a first-round talent with injury concerns. So again, they gave him a B plus, and they different than Pro Football. They gave the New York Giants an A plus. So again, they gave the Philadelphia Eagles a B. Washington Commanders a B. But the Cowboys got better. The Cowboys have gotten way better than they were last year. So I'm absolutely loving this for the Cowboys. And let's see if we can pull up the UDFAs. Let's see. Let's see if there was an update. And I absolutely hate the fact this guy, I hope Isaiah Bonds gets this thing worked out. But these are the signings the Cowboys have had so far. Kentucky defensive back Zion Childress. Oregon wide receiver Trayshawn Holden. Texas Tech wide receiver Josh Kelly. Angie the Rebel Chicks, you may have got your wish. I'm not really familiar with these tight ends, but they're bringing in 2 of them. They're bringing in Rivaldo Fairweather, and they're bringing in Tyler Neville. They got 2 tight ends. We'll have to look at them. We'll be looking at them later on in the week. We got Elijah Clark at defensive back, linebacker Justin Barron, cornerback Bruce Harmon, defensive back Mike Smith Jr. And so those are those are the undrafted free agents. And again, I'm not very sure if these wide receivers, I'm not sure they'll both even make the team. I got a funny feeling that Jerry Jones is probably keeping a close eye of what's going on with Isaiah Bond. So we'll see how that happens. But it also seems like the Cowboys are figuring in that they're going to do some type of trade, or maybe there's somebody they're going to get in free agency. We'll see how that goes too. But they seem to have some type of plan as it applies to wide receiver. They're saying it, not me. They're not done. So, excuse me, we're going to see exactly what that means, I guess, as time goes on. But as it stands right now, I'm cool with everything the Cowboys have done. It's not like we're going into the competition just yet. So I think the Cowboys are going to be able to do something. I think they got the perfect team. I mean, not the perfect team, but I think they are on their way to having a very good team. And they are putting teams on notice. You are not going to bully us and take our lunch anymore. You're not coming up into Dallas and beating us at home no more. We are going to run the ball. Super chat from my man, Darrence. Man, let me tell you something, Darrence. I think Brock Hoffman is going to compete. Brock Hoffman is going to compete, man. Brock Hoffman got to show out now. We drafted Tyler Booker. I think this dude's going to compete. I do. And let's look at this real quick. We kind of read through the player profiles, kind of got the player grades. Let me look at one more thing real quick. I want you to see something that I was looking at today. All right, let me give you real quick my favorite picks. Let me give you my favorite picks of this. Okay, we looked at the UDFAs. Let me give you my favorite picks. And I really shouldn't say my favorite picks. But when I look at this draft the Cowboys had, I'm going to tell you, and y'all tell me in the chat, who are your top 3 picks of this draft the Cowboys picked? Who are your top 3 picks? Your top 3 picks from this draft. Tell me who you got. Because when I look at this draft, my top 3 picks, and I'm going to go from least to greatest. I like the entire draft. I literally do love the entire draft. But I'm going to give you my 3 favorite picks from least to greatest. Tyler Booker. Tyler Booker surprised me, but he's my 3rd favorite pick that the Cowboys picked up in this draft. It was Tyler Booker. Welcome surprise. A very welcome surprise. The Cowboys are basically saying they're taking no risk. They are literally taking no risk as it applies to the offensive line. They want this thing to be good. So I'm looking at him. I'm looking at him as my 3rd favorite. When I look at my 2nd favorite on this list, my 2nd favorite pick is Jay Toya. I am so glad the Cowboys went and got them a humongous, stout defensive tackle. Jay Toya, I hope he turns out. He is my 3rd favorite player in this. My 2nd favorite player out of all the picks that they have. And man, let me tell you right now, my favorite player the Cowboys picked up in this draft, it is this dude, Phil Maffa. Phil Maffa looks like a freak of nature. He is the favorite pick for me in the entire draft of the Cowboys. And the reason why he's my favorite pick, this dude, Phil Maffa, has the potential to literally be the starting running back, I believe. Phil Maffa, he is going to change life for the Dallas Cowboys. Goal line, short yardage. This dude's going to change things for the Cowboys. This was a humongous pickup for the Cowboys to me. Those are my top three. Tyler Booker, Jay Toya, Phil Maffa. Those are the three players that the Cowboys have picked up that I think are absolutely incredible, and I think they are going to make the Cowboys. Oh, Angie, I'm gonna sing you something back here to in the morning. I'm gonna sing you something back in the morning. You'll see what it's all about. But again, I am telling us, those are my favorite three players. Jared said, I think the Dallas' strategy against the Eagles these next couple of years or so will be to make Jalen Hurts beat them. Don't let Saquon or the front seven take over the game. No doubt. No doubt. They have built a team and are building a team that will not only beat the Philadelphia Eagles, they're building a team that's going to travel in the playoffs, travel in the Super Bowl, and win. And the way you do it is in the trenches. They're doing it. And the way you do it in the trenches, man, you got to be willing to move furniture. You got to be willing to move furniture on people. You do. You got to be able to move furniture. You got to tell teams, man, we coming in here to push you around. You're not pushing us around. We're in here to push you around. Michael Smooth, he said his favorite three players are the two running backs and Booker. Daniel M., he said they gave the Booker pick a C+. Wow. Okay. A C+. Well, I guess they're entitled. The dude, he said Booker, Revel, and Toya. Yeah, man. Revel, yeah, that's a nice pickup. Toya, boy, he is on my list for sure. Toya is my number 2 again. Booker is 1, Toya 2, and Phil Maffa is number 1. Boy. But yeah, that dude Revel, man, if he's healthy, it's on and popping. It is on and popping. Y'all tell me your top 3. Darren said Booker, Jaden Blue, yes sir, Phil Maffa. Yeah, man, that Phil Maffa kid is crazy. Azteca, what's going on? Out of the undrafted backs that we picked up, okay, let's see. Angie, mine's the first 3 picks: Booker, Ezraku, and Revel. Yeah, that dude Revel. Yeah. If he healthy, Angie, he will not be Jaden Smith. I think it was either Jaden or Jalen Smith. He will not be him. He's actually going to be good. This dude Maffa, you said they're saying he's Brandon Jacobs. Boy, if he Brandon Jacobs, woo, man, that'd be crazy. Mad Manx, he said UDFA signing no risk. Daniel Jerry will do full look into Bond. Oh yeah, I believe he is too. I believe they are. Hey, let me tell you something, Madman. I wouldn't be surprised that Jerry has already got these dudes on speed dial and waiting. I will not be surprised if he got them on speed dial. Daniel M. said his favorite 3 players are Blue, Maffa, and Revel. Yep. Yes, sir. The dude, he said, I want to see the defensive tackle Toya get 325 pounds up to 340. Give Mozzie some help and bring on that first push for our new solid linebacker crew. Boy, I'm about to show y'all something on this Dallas Cowboy depth chart that ought to make everybody excited. I'm about to show you something on this Dallas Cowboy depth chart that's incredible, at least in my opinion. Oh, okay, Madman said he loves Shamar James. Boy, I love to hear that. I really do. Brooke Intellect, he said Tyler, Blue, and Toya. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Liking it. Yes, sir. Jenkins said, I got to watch this Maffa and James. Man, I'm telling you, I'm going to be going back and watching some stuff on them here over the next couple of days. And, boy, these guys, man. I'm excited about all these picks, though. All these picks. But, boy, let me tell you, I think Blue, Maffa, Toya, they're going to change life for the Cowboys. And Booker. I think they're going to change life for the Cowboys. I think Ezraku is going to be great. And I'm going to show you how I believe he's going to be great. I'm going to show you, you're going to see something I'm about to show you in a moment. boy, it should have all the Dallas Cowboy fans excited about when you look at what I'm about to show you about these Dallas Cowboys this coming year. These guys, man, I'm telling you, Dallas Cowboys are on to something. They are on to something, man. All right, let me show you this. Let me show you this depth chart real quick. So I've looked at this updated Dallas Cowboy depth chart. I want y'all to check this out. So the orange is free agency. The rookies are in the pink, and the UDFAs are in that weird green, if you can see it. I want you to look at this. Look at this Dallas Cowboys line. Tyler Guyton, Tyler Smith, Cooper Beebe. They've already penciled Tyler Booker into Zach Martin's spot. Then you got Terrence Steele. But look at these. Look at the depth. I'm not sure about Matt Waletsko, but so they got a Johnny Cornelius, TJ Bass. These other guys, I'm not mentioning them for a reason. Brock Hoffman, left guard. They got Robert Jones, Awesome Richards, left tackle back there, backing up Guyton. They have Hakeem Adeniji, Charles Sadiq. Look at the depth the Cowboys have on the offensive line. The Cowboys are going to have the battle of their life on this offensive line. And out of these players, the Cowboys should be able to come up with a crazy offensive line and still have depth. And you think about it. And Terrence Steele, job isn't safe. He don't turn out. Cornelius or Johnny is back here, or Johnny Cornelius. You think about it. The Cowboys have built tremendous depth and competition back here on this offensive line. I do think they still need some work, even though, again, I think they think Mingo going to be the man, Jalen Tolbert, Flournoy. I think they need to work on this wide receiver thing a little bit more. I really do. We'll see what they do. We'll see what they do in free agency. But when you look at the running back room, again, the two rookies, they have them way back here. I'm not worried. Jaden Blue and Phil Maffa are going to probably be working their way into the starting lineup. But this is the part that I really want you to pay attention to. Look at this Dallas Cowboys defense. Look at this Dallas Cowboy defense. This is absolutely insane. This defense, they're going to be able to create a rotation with the players they have on this defensive line in particular. The Cowboys should be crazy on defense. They have the players to where they're going to be so versatile. The Cowboys are going to be able to have run stop packages. They're going to be able to have pass rushing packages, a combination of the two. The Cowboys are going to be able to do mad work. Mad work. The Cowboys are even in position. They're going to pay Michael Parsons edge rusher money. But they're going to be in position to where they're not even going to have to play Michael Parsons at edge rusher all the time. Look at this depth. Dante Fowler, Donovan Ezeraku, Sam Williams. You want to talk about some defensive end depth? Ezeraku, Sam Williams, Dante Fowler, they're all three going to be hungry. They are all three going to be hungry. And I am so glad the Cowboys put themselves in position that if Mozzie Smith isn't up to par in the game, put in Jay Toya. They could even create a rotation between Jay Toya, Mozzie Smith, Oso Digizua, Solomon Thomas. This is a heck of a rotation right here. They are solid at defensive tackle now. They are solid at defensive tackle. Man, this ought to have us excited when it comes to this defense. They are solid right here now. You look at the other side. They got Micah Parsons, Marshawn Nealon, Peyton Turner, Tyra Sweet. Man, let me tell you, what is going to be left out of this defensive line? It has got to be good. It has got to be good. They have they got depth and they got a rotation. You even think about the Cowboys at the linebacker position. Even without Overshown, they got Jack Sanborn, they got Kenneth Murray. Now they've added Shamar James, Damone Clark. Bro, you better do something. Some of these guys back here, bro, it will probably be no room for y'all on the Cowboys. Leah Fau looks like he's coming into his own. We'll see how that turns out. But when you look at these Cowboys, man, they got better at the linebacker position. They got better at the defensive line position. You look at the cornerback position. So, Trayvon Diggs, I don't know why they haven't penciled in. We got Kalen Carson. But the dude we need to be looking for is Wilson. It's Kyer Elam. Kyer Elam. And then on the other side, you got Deron Bland, Savon Revel. We're going to see how that all turns out. And Josh Butler was looking really good until he tore that ACL. And we'll see how he looks for the most part. I think the big question will be the safeties. I will not be surprised if Marquise Bell takes one of these guys' place. And Wanye Thomas, I believe, is going to get his opportunity. And then at the nickel back, you got Israel. They're hoping he's going to be the next Jordan Lewis. And then we got Keenan Hall. Keemon Holland. We're going to see how that turns out. But when you look at this defense, they still got I still think they got another year tweaking. But what you're just looking at right here, you got depth. You have a rotation to where you can keep guys fresh all the time. This Dallas Cowboy defense, it is going to be probably one of the best defenses we've seen in a while. I do believe it's going to be one of the best defenses we have seen in a while from the Dallas Cowboys. I think it's going to be absolutely insane. I do. I mean, just looking at the depth chart, man, the Cowboys did a bang-up job. Free agency, the draft. Now you got guys who have come in, the undrafted free agents. We're going to see how maybe some of them turn out on the Man, the Cowboys did work. The Cowboys did work, man. They really did. And as a matter of fact, I don't even think they have all the undrafted free agents on here yet. But the Cowboys, man, they did a bang-up job. They really did a bang-up job. And when you look at where they did the majority of the work, trenches. This is exactly what Jimmy did when he came in. Jimmy got the trenches built. Jimmy went and got Emmitt Smith, and they took off. They really did. They took off. And so here we are with the Cowboys. They are in the process. I still think they need another year to get it to where they want to get it. But as it's currently constructed, man, people can tell me anything they want to. This team looks eons better than it looked last year. I mean eons. And this team is currently constructed. And I pray, and I do not think we're going to get bit the way we did last year with the injury bug. But this team is also constructed in a way they can handle a couple of injuries, especially if they're not serious. They can handle a couple of injuries. This team looks good enough now. If we had someone go down, if we had Guyton go down, Richards is there. Tyler Smith, Robert Jones, he right there. Charles Sadiq, right there. I mean, you think about it. BB, Brock Hoffman, Tyler Booker. Well, they've already got him he is a starter. But we got TJ Bass, Terrence Steele. He just might get his position taken. Johnny Cornelius is going to put him on notice. But we finally are getting to the point. One injury don't wipe us out. This has been our MO for years. One injury in a position wipes us out. Doesn't look like that. It does not look like that this year. It does not look like that. I think this, like I said, I really want to see what they do at the wide receiver position. But as they currently see it, Mingo is that other wide receiver. Lamb, Mingo, Tolbert. I don't like the backup part. They need some work back here. Jalen Brooks, Kelvin Harmon, Seth Williams. So you basically got, in my opinion, you got Mingo, Lamb, Tolbert, and Ryan Flanoy. Kevontae Turpin is the kickoff returner. So you got those 4 wide receivers. I am not confident in anything past those 4. And when I look at these 4, we're going to see what Jonathan Mingo is. But even Stephen Jones has said they don't have a number 2 on the team. They don't have a number 2 on the team. They need to probably work on this a little bit more and get at least one more bona fide wide receiver in here. They do. And again, tight end. This dude, Brevin Spanford, looked pretty good for the Cowboys. Brevin Spanford looked pretty good. Schoonmaker is really pushing Jake Ferguson. But I don't consider, even if Schoonmaker was to beat Ferguson, he's not a playmaking tight end. I think Dak needs another playmaking tight end. Ferguson, to me, we're going to see healthy this year. Dak healthy. Let's see what he looks like. But I'm a little bit concerned about Ferguson. If Ferguson don't turn it on this year, I believe the Cowboys need to go in there. And even though I think Schoonmaker and Spanford are solid, the Cowboys, to me, need a playmaking tight end. I think Schoonmaker and Spanford are very good blocking tight ends, but I think they need a playmaking tight end too. And so, again, when you look at the quarterback position, they already got Joe Milton penciled in. He got to beat Will Grier. Trey Lance didn't beat out Cooper Rush. We don't know if Joe Milton is going to beat out Will Grier, and you definitely don't let him beat him out because of his size. But again, boy, when you look at this Dallas Cowboy team, the way this thing is constructed, this looks pretty good. I really think this looks pretty good. And once they get it all solidified, I want y'all to think about this. There will be players that will be cut over the next few weeks. There will be players that are going to be cut over the next few weeks. The Cowboys are going to have more opportunities to tweak their team. They'll have more opportunities. So we don't even know, and this is why the Cowboys may they might stand pat for a little bit and kind of see, because I can tell you this, I don't think the Cowboys getting a running back like Breece Hall, I don't think that's in play. I don't think that's at play anymore. Y'all tell me what you think. I don't think Breece Hall is in play for the Cowboys no more. I don't think he's in play. I don't think he's in play for the Cowboys no more. They have solidified the running backs. They don't need him no more. Undrafted defensive back Elijah Clark is a tackling machine. Okay. Let me go over here for a second. Okay. So you're basically saying, Darren, that Elijah Clark could actually make this team. Okay. All right. I'm hoping some of these guys come in and they really push these guys. I don't think the wide receivers, just already looking at some profiles on these wide receivers, these could be just camp guys. I don't know if they're going to push. I don't think they're going to really push the wide receivers that we have. I don't see anything in that bunch that is some kind of diamond in the rough. Yeah, Azteca, we signed 2 undrafted free agents, Josh Kelly and Trayshawn Holden. I don't really know if they're going to push the wide receiver room. I really don't. I don't know if they're going to push the wide receiver room. So we're gonna see how that goes. Very impressed with the overhaul. Just got to hope for good health and development. Marvin Washington. All we need is the health. I told my uncle in 2023, if Dak Prescott is healthy, we're winning. If Dak Prescott stays healthy, we're winning. I'm telling us, Dak Prescott healthy, you're winning. You're winning 10 to 12 games automatically. Boy, the dude, I wish they would go get Trey Hendrickson. And it looks like with what Cincinnati did in the draft, Trey Hendrickson is going to be out there. They're going to really try to put Trey Hendrickson out there. Angie, exactly. All the last year injuries got them being more on point with depth. Facts. Straight up facts. Madman, he said, I look at this as a 1 to 3 year plan on the right track. That's what I said too. And that's why, when Stephen Jones says he wants to have the best roster in the NFL, that will take about 2 seasons. So this is why I say, next season, watch out. Watch out. This team will be tweaked and crazy by next year. Gene Martz, he said the Mingo pill is killing you. Fits to swallow. I don't know. I don't know if it's really killing me. I mean, I want Mingo to be successful. I really do want Mingo to be successful. Mingo is a speed, big body receiver. Boy, when you see Mingo walk on the field, he looked the part. Mingo looked the part. But again, it's not me to saying it. Stephen Jones said they don't have a number 2 on the team. I didn't say that. Stephen Jones did. And that's why I was saying earlier, Gene Martz, if I was on this team, I'm one of these wide receivers, and you keep saying in these interviews, we don't have a number 2. Oh, no, boy, I couldn't take that. I wouldn't be able to take that. I'm like, nah, man, I gotta come out this year and go crazy. I gotta prove that I'm a number 1 wide receiver. I got to prove I'm a number 1 wide receiver. I ain't even thinking about number 2. Yeah, Brevin Spanford does need more reps. But again, they're solid tight ends. I think Spanford is a solid tight end. And I do think that even Schoolmaker may push Ferguson. If Ferguson don't get his game together, they're going to push him out too. They need a playmaking tight end, man. They need a playmaking tight end. So Dak Prescott can tear those seams up. They do. Daniel M., that's exactly right. Roster cuts, signings, and trades are going to be the key. The Cowboys will probably still be tweaking this team all the way up until probably the first game of the season. But let me tell y'all, there's another thing we have to look at too. This is where the Cowboys can really impress us. What will they do at the trade deadline? They never play at the trade deadline. They have done more in free agency than I've seen them. I can even remember seeing them do since Jimmy. So will they do the same thing at the trade deadline? If there's a piece out there at the trade deadline and the Cowboys say, this is where we are, this piece right here could take us over the top, will they be willing to do that at the trade deadline? Will they be willing to do that? This team has really got to make those steps because a lot of these teams to win, this is what they do. They'll make those tweaks even at the trade deadline if they need to. They do. But as we currently stand, I like this team. Madman, Travis Kelce likes Ferg and said he can be special. I believe the Ferg will be much better this year. That's why I say, let's see what he looks like fully healthy. Looks like he's getting his private life in order. Looks like he's got a lot of things going for him. Let's see what he looks like this year healthy. But this better be his year. This better be his year because I don't think there's going to be patience on this team like it's been in the past. This team, they are trying to get the best team together. And you can't do that just by grandfathering people into positions. No, I think they're going to be if you ain't making it other than being Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, and Michael Parsons, and also Diggy Zua, and maybe Deron Bland, nah, man, you're going to have to step it up. Daniel M. The Cowboys are on the right track with Dak Prescott. The line is going to be way better this year. Running the ball is going to take a lot of pressure off Dak Prescott. The Cowboys are going to be very calculated. Y'all know my motto. I don't believe a quarterback should throw the ball. I don't care if he's Dan Marino, even though Dan Marino would definitely argue with me. I don't want my quarterback throwing the ball more than 25 times. I do not want him throwing it more than 25 times, 27, 28 at the most. My goal for my quarterback is 25 times. I want to run the ball about 30 to 35 times. If we got about 65 plays, I want it to be 25, 35. I would rather them be very selective, working off the play action, tearing teams apart, making teams come out of that rush 4, drop 7. Run the ball. Make those linebackers come up. Run the ball. Make those defensive backs peek in the backfield. Run the ball. Make that team say, no, man, we can't drop 4. We can't drop 4. We can't rush 4 and drop 7. We got to bring those linebackers up closer. We got to let one of these safeties start peeking in the backfield. Make these teams come out of that stuff. Because that drop 4, that drop 7, rush 4, drop 7, it's the Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Dak Prescott, Joe Shiesty. Those are those kind of defenses that you use against these quarterbacks who, quote unquote, are cerebral, where they make these they make all of these changes at the line, and they're reading the defenses really well. Well, we're gonna fix you. It's pretty hard to throw it into when we drop 7 back. We're gonna drop 7 back, and if we can get there with 4, your quarterback's gonna have a long day. Nope, run the ball. Make teams commit to stopping the run. If you make teams commit to stopping the run, you're going to get those wide receivers. You're going to get some one-on-ones. You're going to get some one-on-one matchups. You're going to get some of those seam routes. I mean, you're going to be able to get some of those go routes one-on-one on the outside. You will get some of that stuff. They have got to get that run game together. And when they get that run game together, it's going to be ready. Yeah, that's it, the dude. And you notice that was one of the things they was talking about in the press conference. The Cowboys keeping players on the field. There was something not quite right about the Cowboys rehab facility stuff. This is one of the reasons why they got a new rehab manager this year. Something wasn't quite right about the Cowboys. They had a tremendous amount of injury. So this is one of the things that they're working on. This is one of the things they're working on fixing. Gee, she said, I didn't say that Steven did. She said, hilarious but true. Okay, give me some more on what you're talking about right there. Let's see. Azteca. Yeah, I got a feeling we might sign a veteran wide receiver too. I think we might do that too. And now that we kind of got this team to where we have it, man, it all depends on who it is. It all depends on Gene Martz. He said, any players added after Monday doesn't count against next year's compensation picks. That's when the wide receiver trade will happen. Oh, yeah. Gene Martz, one thing we know about the Cowboys, they don't want to deal with any of that compensatory stuff. They don't want to deal with none of that stuff. Man, let me tell you something, Darren. I think we got a good chance of getting Stephon Gilmore. Cowboys may still want Gilly in here. They may still want Gilly in here. But again, if Savon is healthy, probably won't see Gilmore. Yeah, probably won't see Gilmore. I think they are really I think they are really about their business when it comes to I think they're about their business. If Savon is healthy, might not see Stephon Gilmore. But I don't think he was in Dallas for nothing either. They talking about he just came by. He was coincidentally in Dallas. He just came by. Man, stop it. I don't believe it. The dude said if Dak is throwing 35 times, then this team is in trouble. That means we're playing catch up. That's it. The dude. My motto, 25 times. 25 times or less. If your quarterback is throwing the ball 25 times or less and you're winning, you're running the ball well. You're running the ball well. Your defense is keeping the points down, and you're beating teams. Yeah, I don't see Gilmore coming. If Savon Revel is right, I don't see him coming. But again, never know. Never know. Lord Nova, it's always a piece out there at the trade deadline. Yes, sir, but they haven't done anything like that since 2018. That's the next step. Will they make that step this year? They're going to have an opportunity. The dude said the last rehab manager might have been Big Mike's drinking buddy. We got to be rolling in here, man. Azteca said the other signing is undrafted free agent safety Justin Barron. Yeah. 6'4", 225 pounds. Yes, sir. Hey, madman. If they stay healthy, they're winning. Daniel M. and Keenan Allen can bring down his price tag. That's it. I said that today. If he can bring his price down, then he can sign with us. But how does he feel about Eberflus? Man, I'm telling you. One thing I can tell you about Brian Schottenheimer, Brian don't want no friction. That is blatantly obvious, man. Brian don't want no friction. And I'm not sure he'd bring him in if there was going to be any kind of contention between him and Keenan Allen. I'm not sure he'd do it. This man is about peace and harmony. Angie the Rebel Chicks. Yeah, I'm about to turn it in. I'm going to get back at it tomorrow. Probably make a couple of videos tonight so I can have some stuff released in the morning. I want to do a video on all of the other 7. I want to do a video on the other 7 draft picks the Cowboys have got. So that's going to take quite a bit of time. So I'll probably do 1 or 2 tonight. And I'm going to try to get the other 5 in tomorrow. And then even talk about these undrafted free agents. You know, just talk about some of the things Cowboys got a lot of good. We got some good content finally. A lot of the content creators, I think a lot of us were we were struggling to get the content. But again, the season is getting revved up. Before we know it, they're going to be putting them pads on. It's going to be all good, Cowboy fans. Yup. Man said, what about good night to me? Woo. Dang, yes, sir. That boy Shotty, yeah, you said he straight up. The dude is like a pimp with that hair. Yes, sir. What's up, Mills? What up? He said late night, I'm up early. What up? Yes, sir. What up, my man Mills? I'm loving this, man. We loving this Cowboys draft. All right, Marvin Washington. Appreciate you. Good night, Andrew. I feel you. Angie said good night, Rebel Dude. Angie. Madman said, what about him? Okay, Azteca, you said it's 1:13 in Southern Cali, so it ain't even late for you. Yeah, it's late for us down here in the South, brother. It's late in Texas, man. We at 3:13 right now. So, but again, man, I appreciate y'all rocking with me. I'm gonna be back tomorrow, Lord willing. I'm definitely dropping some videos tomorrow about these great draft picks that we have, man. I'm telling you, boy, Cowboys. Go Cowboys. Go. Man, praying for health. God, just give this team health, and we gonna be good. Bills, 4:13 in Philly. You getting ready to go to work, or you just up early? Man, let me tell y'all something. Let me tell some of y'all something before I get out of here. Let me tell y'all, man. I'm probably gonna do a video on this. This thing with Shedeur Sanders, man, this thing has got up under my skin with Shedeur Sanders, man. This has really got under my skin. Listening to this dude give his interview for the Cleveland Browns press today. They did it over the phone. It was heartbreaking listening to Shedeur Sanders. I mean, it's late night. It's late night at the end here. But it was heartbreaking listening to this guy, man. It was heartbreaking listening to Shedeur Sanders because I'm not sure if maybe he got the wrong advice. I heard somebody saying that they don't mind when a running back or a wide receiver, is flamboyant and cocky. And then I heard somebody say, but they don't like when a quarterback does it. And for all intents and purposes, okay, Shedeur Sanders wasn't the number one quarterback. But some of the quarterbacks that went before Shedeur Sanders, there's just no excuse for that. And it seemed like this league colluded against Shedeur Sanders. It's like they colluded against him because of his dad. To do a young man like that to me is crazy. It is crazy to me. And y'all think about this for a second. What were you like at 21? What were you like at 21? I want you to imagine you're a millionaire at 21. You're Deion Sanders' son. You've had success at every level of football. What would you be like? And I think this kid, I don't think he was trying to be cocky as much as, if you listen to him, he has tremendous faith. And I think he wasn't saying stuff to be arrogant. I think he was saying stuff that he believed. That he's going to change the franchise when he comes in. He was talking about all the things he was going to do. But I do believe that this league colluded against him because of his father. I think they got rubbed the wrong way because Deion said he was not going to let his son play for certain teams. And they held against him. And again, it's a whole different time. But I just got a problem with. They didn't hold this against Arch Manning. But they held it against Deion Sanders. Anybody knows it cannot be Shedeur Sanders' play is the reason why he went in the 5th round. There's no way. It is ludicrous that this kid went in the 5th round. This league should be ashamed of itself. This league should be ashamed of itself. To do that to a young kid, this league ought to be ashamed of itself. I don't know how else to say it. But I'm just telling y'all, man. As a father of 4 young men, this bothered me on so many levels. It had me emotional today. It really did. It had me emotional because why would they do this to a kid? Oh, he's arrogant. Oh, he's a kid, man. He's a kid. And at the end of the day, when you look at him as a player and when you look at him in the locker room, look at him on the field, man, his team loves him. And if you listen to him on his podcast, if you ever listen to him talk to people on just an individual level, He's a very respectable, nice kid. Now, I think it rubbed some people the wrong way, the way he kind of maybe talked about a couple of players and shaded a couple of players. But again, man, let me tell you something. My sons played high school football. Boy, any of you who have sons who play high school football or have played high school football, boy, the stuff these kids be saying to each other, man, it was crazy to hear the stuff that these kids would be saying to each other on the field, after the game, even on social media. It's nothing. This is just the way they do it these days. It's the way they do it, period, in the story. But boy, the way they treated Shedeur Sanders. And to hear his interview, boy, I'm telling you, this kid, boy, when you want to talk about some fortitude, this kid said, when they asked him, like, hey, are you mad about this? And blah, 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 did it bother you? He said, it don't bother me. I'm glad I got the opportunity. And now this is my path. He said, I don't focus on negative stuff. This is my path. But you're not mad you fell to the fifth. He said, this is my path. This is the way I have to go. There's no use in complaining about it. He went in the fifth round. He's got to work his way up. He didn't say, I'm going to show every team in this league. Y'all remember what Lamar Jackson? I'm going to make every team in this league sorry. 31 other teams sorry that they didn't choose me. Nope. Didn't say none of that stuff. And they kept on. It was amazing to listen to them all ask him the same question in 22 different ways. They didn't ask him about football. They didn't ask him about any of that stuff. They all wanted to keep knowing. And some crazy person pulled a prank on him. And if you listen to the way, and I didn't even listen to it. I don't even want to give that junk. I'm not even giving that junk any, as far as I go, I'm not giving any attention. This dude was so calm and collected. He's got a very easygoing demeanor. And I think people, when they see the watch, the arm and the watch, and they, man, come on, man, that stuff ain't nothing but, that's kid stuff, it's cute stuff. It's all a part of all that celebrating stuff. Cam Newton used to do it. I mean, it's not even a big deal to me. But some of the most petty stuff against this kid, it was crazy. This league ought to be ashamed of itself. And I know some people are talking about race. I don't think it's a race thing. I think it's a Deion Sanders thing. I think they held some Deion Sanders stuff against this kid. And there was somebody who put out some things about him in the interview. And Nick Saban, let me tell you something. Nick Saban was saying some stuff that I know he's heard him his own self. And Nick Saban said it. These people there are people who will put things out on you. And these things don't even have to be true. They put these things out on you, man, and they go around, and it's over for you. This league ought to be ashamed of itself, though. And I'm not even talking about from a racism perspective. I'm just talking about from a perspective of integrity. Man, this league ought to be ashamed of itself. It ought to be ashamed of itself to do a kid like that. That's crazy work to me. But people may have their own opinions. But it is crazy to me, especially when you saw the quarterbacks go before him and you knew these quarterbacks are not better than him. Now, the one kid, I think the second quarterback that went, the guy who's kind of big like Josh Allen, I could see where someone say, okay, he maybe fits our system better. But for the Pittsburgh Steelers, who desperately need a quarterback, and then for the quarterback they got way back in the late rounds, it's absolutely disgusting. It is. It's disgusting. Daniel, he said, hey, you know that my mother told me that the reason why Shedeur got drafted so low was because of the fact that he was arrogant, that he was arrogant that he should be number one. And, Daniel, what else would you expect him to say? You know what I'm saying? He thought he was the better quarterback. He thought he was the better quarterback. But again, for me, I understand some of the things that he was saying. But to collude an entire league, and they were literally about to let this kid go undrafted. They were going to let him go undrafted. I literally believe they were going to let him go undrafted. Now, I do think that if Shedeur Sanders would have failed to the 7th round, I think there would have been a lot of teams scrambling to get him. The 49ers probably would have picked him up at that point. There would have been a lot of teams scrambling to get him. But arrogance overshadowed his play on the field. Whew, boy. Whoo, that's tough. That is tough to me. That is tough. Well, Daniel, if you listen to his interview, and this is one of the reasons why, again, Deion Sanders, let me tell you how crazy it is. When they interviewed him, they actually tried to get him to hate on his own father and asking him basically, does being the kid of Deion Sanders hurt you, or do you kind of feel a certain type of way about being Deion Sanders' kid? But what? Are you stupid? You think I'm going to literally regret being the son of one of the greatest football players ever? I'm not trying to live up to my father's legacy. I want to be Shedeur Sanders. People are crazy. People are crazy. And again, I do some of the things he said, a little bit cocky. Don't bother me because, man, I want my quarterback thinking the way he was thinking. I want my quarterback to think he's the best quarterback in the league. I want my quarterback to say that when he comes on my team, we're going to tear the league up. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. All I want you to do is do it on the field. I don't mind you because, again, well, this is who he is. But little Dallas Cowboy, he said, man, I felt bad for Shedeur. Dude had a good year in Colorado, a great year. Should have been a first round. Little Dallas, bro, let me tell you. As a father, boy, I was emotional today. I really was. Because people don't understand. And we have to be careful. You used to be 21 too. And you didn't think the way you do now. He's not a bad kid. That's just who he is. He was raised by Deion Sanders. A lot of faith, very confident in his ability. And the things that he's saying, I don't think he's necessarily being cocky. I think he's just saying what it is. I believe when I come to your team, I'm going to change your franchise. I want to hear that. I should be the number one quarterback. Okay, I'm glad you think that. I'm glad you think that. This league ought to be embarrassed. It ought to be embarrassed. The dude said it's no different, G, than the biased coaches and team execs in this league have for bringing on former players in the coaching roles. They say they haven't paid their dues as a coach. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Man, I'm. Whoo. Man. Teams don't want a circus. Boy, even saying that stuff. What? Do we not understand what what Deion Sanders and his family did for Colorado? Man, let me tell you. As I'm watching this video, Shedeur, Cleveland better figure it out right now. Shedeur Sanders is going to put butts in seats. Watch what I tell y'all. watch what you're going to hear over the next 2 to 3 weeks. Shedeur Sanders is going to have one of the top selling jerseys in the league. So we don't want that circus. We don't want the circus of jersey sales. We don't want the circus of fans in the seats. We don't want the circus of extra television coverage, extra news coverage, extra media coverage, extra coverage, because now everybody wants to watch the Cleveland Browns. So we don't want that circus. This is madness to me. This is madness to me. I would love to have Shedeur Sanders on my team. So you're telling me we're just going to have to put up with more people watching the games? More people watching the games, more people at the games, better attendance, fans going crazy. You're telling me we're going to have to put up with that circus? Because what other circus in reality would you have to put up with? What else is Shedeur Sanders going to do? He's not committing a crime. You want this, what you get with Shedeur Sanders. You want that. I don't understand. What are you getting? Deion Sanders is locked into a deal with the Colorado Buffaloes. Deion Sanders is not going to be in your business. I'm pretty sure he's not going to be in your business. I'm just confused on the circus that people are saying that's coming with Shedeur. Because I can tell you this. I was reading the comments as I'm listening to the interview. You should have seen how many people reading that interview said to the Cleveland Browns YouTube page, we're subscribing because of Shedeur Sanders. And the way the league did him is shameful. And the way y'all did him is shameful. Talking about they're buying his jersey, fans of his, praying for him, want him to succeed in Cleveland, want him to turn the franchise around. You don't want that clown show? I don't call that a clown show. I think that's exactly what you want. Because no one is going to bring you attention the way Shedeur Sanders is. You want that. I'm telling you, if Jerry Jones, and I know Jerry Jones loves him some Dak Prescott, at least that's what it seems to me now. Boy, if Jerry Jones would have had a crystal ball, and he'd have knew that they were going to do this to Shedeur, whew, I don't know if Dak get that contract. I don't know if Dak get that contract. I don't know if Dak get that contract. There is no way Jerry Jones would have let that dude. I don't think he would have done it. Johnny Blue, appreciate that super chat. Johnny Blue said, I love Deion. Me too. He said, great player and icon, but there's no place in this NFL for all that bling. I think the teams were afraid that Deion and drafting his son would be a distraction. I don't know. I agree with what you're saying to a degree. I want that distraction. I'm telling y'all, if you go and watch that interview, just look at how many people are watching and listening to, and it's really something that you listen to. Go and see how many people are listening to this dude. And boy, when I tell you his interview was powerful, when you listen to his interview, you come out thinking, like, these people crazy. This is a good kid. Answers, just boom, solid, on point, boom, respectful, boom, on point, no grudges, nothing. He didn't sound nothing like some of these players in the past who, I'm going to make people regret they didn't pick me up. Nope. He said, this is my path. I'm just glad for the opportunity. Dangling himself, not hating on Shador by any means, but again, you got to show to the world you can become a great and be that hard worker for years to come. Well, Daniel M., I'm in total agreement with you. But he showed it to Colorado. He showed it to Colorado. And the players that were drafted before him, he's better than those players. Other than Cam Ward and maybe the big kid that got drafted before him, I cannot fathom any other quarterback going before him other than those two. And I still question even the one that went before him, other than Cam Ward. I think he should have been the number 2 quarterback off the board. And the Pittsburgh Steelers desperately need a quarterback. None of them have proved it on the pro level. But if you look on the level of college football, man, this dude, it is obvious. He works his butt off. He puts in the work. He does. He does. This league ought to be ashamed of itself. And I don't think from the perspective that some people are looking at it from. I think they should be ashamed of themselves to allow a kid based on something somebody said and then spread through the league. They should be ashamed of themselves to do that to a kid. And a part of the reason why they did it is because he's Deion Sanders' son. And I do think there's a part of them that got mad because Deion Sanders said he didn't want his son playing for certain players. And I'm not going to blame it all on them. I think they got a little perturbed by Deion said he wouldn't let his son play for certain teams, even though we've turned Archie Manning into an icon for saying it. He legendary. Yeah, he didn't let his son, Eli, he didn't let his son play for so-and-so. But we criticize Deion for it. Boy, I'm struggling, man. I'm struggling. Lil Dallas said, we know JJ Circus too. He didn't want to be out circus. Boy, I just struggle with it. I just think the league ought to be ashamed of itself. Boy, Gabe Guerra. He said owners and GMs didn't have a problem with Johnny Manziel having on. Oh, boy. Oh, Gabe Guerra. Boy, you just said something. You just said something. They didn't have a problem with Johnny Manziel having money and being on social media, or most recently Baker Mayfield being supremely confident in his abilities. You're right. You're right. And I don't think he was doing it nowhere to the level of those. And he got flat out killed for this. And anybody who's been watching Shedeur Sanders, he really wasn't saying anything you haven't heard him say for the last couple of years playing in Colorado. He wasn't saying anything new. But again, boy, that was crazy. That was crazy the way they did. The league ought to be ashamed of itself. It ought to be ashamed of itself. It should. It should be ashamed of itself for doing what they did to him. And I do think Shedeur Sanders I do think he will wind up winning. He'll wind up winning the job in Cleveland. I think he'll wind up winning the job. And if he don't wind up winning the job, he'll probably get cut and go somewhere else. But I do think Shedeur Sanders is going to be successful in this league. But boy, crazy. Crazy. Isaiah Bond, I see y'all talking about Isaiah Bond. They seem to think that Isaiah Bond, they seem to be saying that Isaiah Bond is going to literally walk away from that thing scot-free. So I clearly expect I expect Jerry Jones is probably keeping his ear to the ground on that, and you never know, he could be in here. He could definitely be in here. But again, I just wanted to kind of drop that on y'all about Shedeur Sanders, man. I felt some type of way about this, man. I'm just being serious, man, because I was just imagining if that was my son. Yeah, I mean, Daniel M., they ought to be ashamed of themselves, man. They ought to be ashamed. I just, my integrity, man, it's just too much. And I'm just thinking if I'm Mike Tomlin. Bro, I don't know, man. I might would have lost my job for Mike Tomlin. I'm sorry. I'm going to the Pittsburgh Steelers ownership, and I'm telling them, man, nah. We got to get this kid, man. We need a quarterback. And I don't want to wait on Aaron Rodgers. How about we get us a quarterback, get this guy now? So, again, it's crazy. And the reason why it hit me so hard, because I'm thinking if that was my sons, I would, man, it'd be tough. Boy, Gabe, boy, he said, you telling me there's a place in the NFL for sex offenders and young kids breaking the law getting drafted a lot earlier than Shador, but they have a bigger problem with him and his dad being millionaires. Boy, I can't argue with you, man. Sure. Yeah, Johnny Blue, I understand what you're saying. Johnny Blue said, I'm just talking about the views from coaches and people that it's okay to be different. Yeah, I just think the way they did it, man, the collusion was crazy. Yes, sir. The dude, Mayfield was, man, I think Mayfield was even more, way more arrogant than Shador. But again, I think this was not about Shador Sanders. I think this was about Deion Sanders. That's what I think it was about. Exactly, pure game. And he said it's not Shador, is what his dad was saying. I think it was about Deion. I do. I think he suffered because of who his dad is. I do. For sure. I think it was because of his dad. Yep. The dude, you hit it too. He said it wasn't Shador, it was Deion making most of the major missteps here. Yep. Hindsight is 50-50. Yep. I think Deion said a little too much, and I think he made some people mad. I do. Pure gaming. He's not going to have to beat out Joe Flacco. Man, Joe Flacco is what, 42, 40? Nah. I don't even think it'll be about beating Joe Flacco. Think on this, pure gaming. If Shador Sanders is even equal to Joe Flacco, he don't start for me. Why do I want an old man and I got a quarterback that's just as good as him? He going to have to show out to beat out Shador Sanders. And I can tell you right now, Shador Sanders is on that team. They are going to be screaming in the stands for Shador Sanders the moment they start losing. You watch what I tell you. You watch what I tell you. The moment they start losing, they're going to be screaming for Shador Sanders. He's better than the quarterback that they drafted before him. He's better than him. And I would dare say he's going to challenge Kenny Pickett. He's going to challenge Kenny Pickett. But again, we'll see how it goes. The dude, he said Tomlin comes from the D side of the ball. And since Ben has retired, he's never wanted to address the O side. It's why Rodgers doesn't want to go there. Boy, Ben, let me tell you, Aaron Rodgers doesn't want to go there at all. But where else is he going to go? I think he should retire. I just don't think he's playing as good as he used to. Why fall off a cliff? Boy, Chicken's game and you done tripped out. Boy, you talking about Deshaun Watson. Or you talking about Deshaun Watson. Boy, you talking about Deshaun Watson. Johnny Blue, you said that's exactly what I'm talking about. Hey, Johnny Blue, they going to be screaming for Shador Sanders. I don't know if you call it a circus, but they going to be screaming for him. They already love him. I'm telling you, man, they already love Shador Sanders. Because they look at him as a winner. They do. Yeah, man, I'm telling you, though, pure gaming. Boy, at some point, age, man, Father Time is undefeated. Little Dallas, he said, I agree. That's probably what Jerry Jones is running for. If Dak has a bad game, they would shot Shador, but Dak years tripled Cowboys net worth, so JJ could not risk it. Yeah, he did. You're right. He did. Dak years tripled Cowboys net worth. It did. Yeah, man, I'm telling you. Oh, yeah. Appreciate you, Johnny Blue. Yes, sir. Yeah, we're going to be back at it tomorrow, too. Yes, sir. The dude, he said, I need this beat for my ringtone. I feel you. Daniel M, he said, I do believe the Cowboys are going to go shopping for a wide receiver, too. I do, too. And I don't think they're done tweaking the team. We're going to see how this goes, too. All right, guys. Man, I appreciate y'all rocking with me again. 3:45 in the morning over here. I'm gonna let y'all get to bed tonight. I'm gonna make a couple of videos and I'm gonna get ready to go serve the Lord in the morning. So again, I appreciate y'all rocking with me, man. Y'all the best out there. Y'all the best chat out there on YouTube. I appreciate you. Until next time, let's talk Cowboys. We talk facts. Peace.